it was the race. Okay, we can start now. Good morning, good afternoon, good morning. Yeah, good morning if you're watching in Europe. Of course, many of you are not in Europe, so do let us know what time it is wherever you are. I am delighted to be joined by Ewan, but of course, internet providers are a bit of scam artists in a way. So, yeah, unfortunately, his Wi-Fi isn't the best right now. But anyways, glad to have you here, Ewan. We have a seven-man group up the road. We have the Seoul Venezuelan up here. We have the Seoul Greek rider. We have our Romanian rider we're very familiar with as well. We have a Sagan in the breakaway as well, and the newly crowned Czech road champion as well, Michal Kugrel, and of course Nick Delamy, who was the first ever Black South African to take part in the Tour de France. But yeah, Ewan, great to have you here. Great to have so many of you in the chat already. Do make sure to let us know where you're watching it from and who you're rooting for as well. And of course, I'll be rooting for Denmark. And you guys think that Tadej Pogacar and Wout van Aert are tied right now for being the favorites. But yeah, great to have you here, Ewan, even though it's only by voice at this moment in time.
Well, this is the big one. This is the Olympic Games here in Tokyo. We've had to wait 5 years for this. Normally it's every 4 years, of course, since 1896 when the Games was brought back to modern society by Pierre Coubertin. That revived the modern Olympic Games held in Athens. This year we're in Tokyo for the second time, and the road race, as it always does, opens out the competition on the first weekend. Yesterday was the opening ceremony. Not gonna lie, if you didn't watch that one, you didn't miss much. I wasted 3 hours of my day yesterday to feel let down by that one. But hopefully we are not going to be let down by this road race. We're pushing on through this prefecture and through some absolutely beautiful parts of Japan. It's humid, it's hot, and it's only going to get harder when we go above 1,000 meters at Mount Fuji later on.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, the graphics are absolutely awful on the road race. They haven't really got the break. They haven't got the break time up as we normally used to, and the countdown. Great to have so many familiar names. We got 17 minutes between. Well, actually, we've got 19 minutes and 17 seconds between the very truncated peloton that we have, and then the front of the race basically. But Ewan, it seems like a lot of a big leash they're giving to this breakaway with 160.8 kilometers to go. Well, actually 159.6 kilometers to go.
Well, this is what we see usually in the World Championship road race. We have a breakaway come out early on, not really with any of the big names, more the smaller nations, and they get roughly 20 minutes. In the end, it'll come back. I'm sure Jan Tratnik and Vik van Avermaet aren't going to allow this breakaway to just cruise away. So it's going to be interesting for them. Tristan de Lange is in a potato chase right now, the Namibian rider. He's been chasing in this in-between phase for almost an hour now. I don't really understand why he's doing it, but he is just trailing in the gap. It was supposed to be Dan Craven, we thought he was coming here, but no, it's Tristan de Lange, his first ever Olympic Games. And at the age of 24, he's one of the younger riders here. Not the youngest, that's the rider from China, who's just 21 years old. But Tristan de Lange, representing Namibia and the south of Africa. Up in this breakaway, Nick Dlamini of South Africa. Of course, alongside a rider from Burkina Faso, Paul Domont. I'm intrigued to see if there's a story behind him. Burkina Faso, that's not a country I usually associate with cycling, but their reigning champion is here and certainly present at the moment. In terms of the biggest rider in this breakaway, I would probably say Edward Michael Grosu or Uri Sagan. Uri, of course, World Tour rider with Bora Hansgrohe for the time being, before he moves across to Total Energies next year. But definitely looks like it's Slovenia, Belgium, and Poland who are doing a lot of the work. for the time being. Michal Kwiatkowski right towards the front of affairs for Team Ineos Grenadiers and for Poland.
Yeah, but you and one of the teams, yeah, as you said, Slovenia, they've got these two absolutely superstars right now in cycling with Primoz Roglic and Tadej Pogačar. Obviously, we know Tadej Pogačar won the Tour de France for the second time in a row because many of you are here watching that with us. And we got Jan Tratnik working at the front, of course, second at the Monte Zoncolan, the Giro d'Italia, won a stage last year. But anyways, Tadej Pogačar and Primoz Roglic, we don't know how well Primoz Roglic is going after his unfortunate exit in the Tour de France. But definitely a golden generation for Slovenia.
Yeah, I mean, Slovenia have never won a Grand Tour before. They've never come close to winning a Grand Tour. They've had top tens, but not quite the big cheese. But now Tadej Pogačar, Primoz Roglic, well, they've got 4 Grand Tours between them in 3 years. So that's incredibly impressive. And between them, they really do stand out as two of the best Grand Tour talents we have right now. We don't have a full Slovenian squad. Only 4 riders for them: Jan Poland, Jan Trak, Tadej Pogačar, Primoz Roglic. Some teams have 5 to 6 riders. This one a little bit smaller in size, but Slovenia definitely punching above their weight and could get their first ever medal in cycling today, I believe.
Well, you mean in the Olympic?
In the
Yeah,
road
yeah,
cycling,
exactly. But
yes.
yeah, Greg Van Avermaet, he's in the second wheel right now. Of course, he's the 5-year reigning Olympic champion, and someone made a comment in the someone let us know in the comments that of course there's only 3 years until the next Olympics, so we could have the shortest ever reign for an Olympic champion, and bit of a shame. And of course, there's no jersey available for the Olympic champion. It is just like a golden helmet, golden bike, as we've seen with Greg Van Avermaet. So, Ewan, do you think it's fitting not only have to have a bit of gold to mark the occasion and not really a jersey?
Yeah, I think a jersey for 4 years, it's quite a long period. You only win it for one race, so why wear it for 4 years? Every other jersey we have is based on a 1 year basis. So I think the gold editions make sense for the Olympic champion. And we don't see it on the time trial though. That's the one thing. We see it in the road race, but the Olympic champion against the clock never really wears anything. But that might be because the Olympic champion has usually, well, in recent memory, Wiggins and Cancellara both got that just before they retired. So maybe that's why. However, we're just getting close to the top of Doshi Road. We are in Japan, by the way. In case you've been under a rock and missed out on on all the Olympic news, this is the second time we've been in Tokyo. The last time was in the 1960s. Of course, that was the first time the Olympic Games was ever held in Asia. We're back here after a couple of hostings on the continent. And Tokyo, well, this has been the most expensive Olympic Games of all time, and hopefully it is worth the money.
Yeah, I mean, COVID has been the big factor, obviously, because it moved from last year to this year. And there was even talks that they were going to cancel it yesterday, which I thought was absolutely incredible. But of course, last time we were in Asia was back in 2008 for the Beijing Olympics. And if you recall that road race, we actually had Sammy Sanchez take the win then. And then, of course, in 2012, we had the winner, not so popular winner for some people, and that was, of course, Vinokurov winning for Kazakhstan after beating Rigoberto Urán in a sprint for the finish.
Yeah, I mean, 2008 Olympics. Fun fact for you guys: that is Andy Schleck's biggest regret is not taking a medal there. So, yeah, and in terms of London, I mean, London Olympics. That was the first time I ever saw a bike race in person. So, holds a special place in my heart. And yeah, a weird one to say the least. Alexander Kristoff, that's kind of the first big result he got in his career, I'd say.
Oh, crash.
Crash here. Crash.
Eight.
This is a rider from Britain, 2 riders from Britain. It's Theo Gegenhardt, who's down.
Caroline Thomas.
Of course. was going to say it can't
Uh,
be a professional bike race without Geraint Thomas crashing. Number one sit. No, sorry, number 16 as well. That is. Ooh. Christian Jensen is down as well for Denmark.
Bottles flying left, right, and center, and yeah, not good here. Oh my
That's Geraint
goodness.
Thomas's kryptonite.
What is it? Like this season, he's just been crashing left,
Bike
right, and
handling.
center. Oh my goodness. Yeah, they were just saying it on GCN as well. Like they can't even believe it. Yeah, he's been crashing more than winning this year. But yeah, what happened there? Yeah, we can just about make it out in the back of the Peloton. Was it just a touch of wheels that just happened there? So
I don't know. I
unfortunate.
think it looks like a touch of wheels also fourth. Just looking out for the Italian rider involved, it's Giulia Ciccone. So there we go. Yeah, it is Christian Jensen now. Oh, just trying to head back, I believe.
Yeah,
Yep. Yep, alongside Geraint Thomas and Theo Gegenhardt. So definitely not a British day.
but at least Adam Yates wasn't involved, and I think he's probably your chosen son, if you will. Yeah, I am saying your because you are English reluctantly, but yeah, it's an interesting team, of course. Colombian there getting some bike change as well, so. Looked like Nairo Quintana. We'll have to see if it was Nairo Quintana. I'll go back and see exactly who that rider was, if we can get a race number. 37 for Colombia.
37 is Nairo Quintana.
So it is Nairo Quintana. So not a lot of good luck. You go all the way over to Japan from the Tour de France, and then you just end up crashing. Poor Geraint Thomas. But Adam Yates could potentially be their key rider here for the win. But anyways, right now on the road, seeing as the providers aren't really giving us, they're only really giving us the kilometers, 155.3 kilometers left. And according to Pro Cycling Stats, there's still 17 minutes between the front 8 riders and then Tristan de Lange, the Namibian rider. And then we've got 19 minutes and 16 seconds. So what are we saying? Darwin is asking you, and how was the Tesco bubbly last Sunday? Of course, alluding to the finish of the Tour de France. And yeah, Ricky confirming there, 2 British riders down, Theo Gegenhardt and Geraint Thomas. And yes, sorry, Ivici, we don't speak, I presume it's Czech or Slovakian, which are quite similar. But yeah, a lot of you are shame for Theo Gegenhardt and Geraint Thomas. Apparently GCN is not letting some of you watch, which is a bit annoying. You're paying for it, so they should let you. But yeah, Theo Gegenhardt and Geraint Thomas just drafting the team car there, and the camera quickly shoots away before any of the commissaires get too annoyed. But anyways, right now we have at the front of the peloton the reigning defending champion, the winner in Rio de Janeiro, and that is of course Greg van Avermaet, who also rides for AG2R Citroën. Hasn't really done that much this year. We can just see some fishermen here fishing alongside, and then probably a bit perplexed why there's a group of bike riders coming through. And yeah, that'd be quite funny if they didn't know that the road race was going on today. But yeah, Ewan, it is quite a thinned out peloton. As you said, Belgium, Slovenia, Poland are the teams at the front, and we also have Spain at the front as well.
Yeah. Of course, a lot of these teams do actually have the same management as they do for the World Road Race Championships and so forth. I saw a picture of Thomas Vauclair there. Of course, he is the head of French cycling in terms of the road cycling strategy. So Movistar, I assume, will be headed up by someone from Movistar. So of course, they want to control things. Even though I wouldn't say Spain don't have a top flight favorite, whether it's Omar Fraile or Alejandro Valverde. I don't think either of them are quite up there. But yeah, not quite the best. As we see Greg van Avermaet at the front with Jan Tratnik's second wheel. And a big Polish rider in third wheel. Is that Maciej Bodnar, I believe, who is probably upping sticks to Total Energies at the end of the year. And here we go, Theo Gegenhardt and Geraint Thomas really struggling. And Geraint Thomas in particular with a big abrasion to his jersey and also to his arm and skin. You can see there's blood there. This looks like Erno Balkan as well for Turkey, of course. Turkey. I don't think I've ever won a cycling medal on the road, but things could change. Erno Balkan probably not the kind of guy to do so though.
Yeah, we were just seeing the Burkina Faso rider, of course, the sole Burkina Faso rider, Paul Dumont, is unfortunately struggling to hold on in the front. So doesn't well, his day is probably going to be over quite soon. But it's always good to see in the World Championships, in the Olympics, and so forth, these smaller nations really getting out in front and showing that they are here and just flying the flag. Because if you just stayed in the bunch, nothing would happen. You would not really be shown on our TV screens. But yeah, we're nearly on 100 likes as well. So if you haven't, make sure to hit the like button. Of course, our last, what am I saying? Our last stream in the Tour de France, we got 360 something. So that was a good effort by everyone. And let's see if we can beat it here for the Olympics. We're only at the Olympics every 4 years or 5 years now. So yeah, we can make it a special one. But 153.8 kilometers to go here, and yeah, Ewan, we should talk about some of the climbs coming up as well. Of course, you did the preview. Well, no, you explained the course when we were talking about what was coming up for the riders.
Yeah, I mean the big ones are Fuji and the Mikuni Pass. The Mikuni Pass, 10% for a total of 5 kilometers. So that should be interesting enough. And the Mount Fuji ascension, yeah, that's just going to be very tough. 14 kilometers and 6% going up the side of an iconic mountain in Japan and, of course, around the world. It's almost synonymous with Japan, Mount Fuji. You see pictures of it in art, in popular culture, and so forth. Tristan DeLonge there, still struggling out back. You can see riders getting dropped as well. As a rider in the Navy, which could be from Azerbaijan, so Elkim Azadov, potentially, who is 34 years of age, rides for the Salkam Sakaya BB team, which is a continental team. And he's also won the national championships on 9 occasions. That's time trial and road race combined.
Um,
Ooh.
Mark was just asking. Mark, that's pretty funny. Mark is saying, "Are training wheels UCI complimentary, compliant? Asking for a friend. Shut up, G, as if asking for G." Um, but yeah, Ewan, in terms of the favorites, we were talking about Slovenia. They've got this very strong squad, of course, where they're two superstars right now, two Slovenia, well, two superstars of a generation almost for that small country. But oh my goodness, we can see Geraint Thomas bleeding. Yeah, everything's just ripped. Just yeah, what do you see? Consequent, like it's just typical Geraint Thomas this season. Romandy crashed. Tour de France crashed. It's yeah, just absolutely.
Dauphiné also crashed.
Yeah, exactly. It's just quintessentially Geraint Thomas this season. But they're drafting a lot these team cars, and yeah, the commissaires have kind of been very inconsistent at applying that rule. But it is, of course, very early on in the race. 52.9 kilometers to go, but Ewan, when we're looking at other teams, we've also got Belgium, and Belgium, of course, have Remco Evenepoel and Wout van Aert. And do you think these two riders could potentially be there at the final?
Yeah. I think Belgium have the opportunity to have quite a few of their riders there in the finale. I'm intrigued to see what Mauri von Savenond is going to do for them. He, of course, a bit of a wild card here for Belgium. A feisty climber, good at the Spring Classics. And we'll see how he goes. Number 79, that looks like Michael Woods. It is Michael Woods back at the car. How's he going to go today? Riding for Canada this time, not Israel Startup Nation. And yeah, Woods, he got a medal in Innsbruck, which I would say is the closest international cycling event we have to this in terms of profile. And he's a good rider on his day. Hasn't really been focusing on the classics though in the past year. He switched up to more of a GC rider, almost holding the ambitions of Israel Startup Nation in the GC on his own, along with Dan Martin, who's also here for Ireland. But it looks like Thomas Woods and Gegenhardt are back here, as we just see Bettiol of Italy have a quick nature break.
Yeah, they're pretty much at the back of the peloton right now as well. We got a bit of stick in our preview for not mentioning Australia and USA as well. Well, Australia, they are coming with Richard Porte. He isn't fresh off a podium of the Tour de France. Had a bit of a lackluster Tour de France by his standards. Of course, he crashed a few times as well. But yeah, we've got about 2 kilometers, well, not less than 2 kilometers to the summit of Dushi Road here. And Jan Tratnik very much still at the front here, doing an excellent job for Slovenia. And then, of course, Greg Van Avermaet riding second wheel. So we talked about this as well. Greg Van Avermaet, just a symbolic champion coming here to work for the rest of his teammates. They know he's not going to be there at the finish. But you were saying with Spain as well, Alejandro Valverde, you thought wouldn't really pose a threat. But Alejandro Valverde of yesteryear would have loved this kind of course. With that flat finish and, well, a flatter finish. But yeah, he of course has a phenomenal sprint that has kind of worn off in recent years. But I wouldn't count out Valverde just yet, Ewan, if he's here at the final.
Okay. I mean, I'm going to. I'm going to count off Valverde. When he has the whole of Movistar riding for him, he can't win on a big stage, and now he's got a reduced Spanish team working for him. I doubt it's gonna come to anything. Nevertheless, we move up the breakaway. We move up to the breakaway rather with 19 minutes of a lead. It's Nick Delamini of Quebec and Nextash, Michal Kukula for the Czech Republic, Juraj Sagan, Erdo Michael Grosu there for Romania, Polykronis Zoetakis for Greece, Orluis Luis Aular for Venezuela, Paul Dumont for Burkina Faso, and Elchim Azadov of that country. What's it called? Azerbaijan, the land of fire, of course.
And a lot of oil.
Host of the European Championships in the past.
Dennis is asking, is Ciccone out from the crash? Yeah, we haven't actually seen the Italian rider.
I think, well, he got back up again, so I assume he's back up here. There's no information to say otherwise. We do actually have 2 non-starters. It's Schlegel and the rider from Germany, Simon Geschke. Both did not take the start line, so that's 1 man down for the Czech Republic, who didn't really have big ambitions here, I wouldn't say. They didn't bring the man I would have hoped to see here, Petr Vakoc. It's Zdeněk Štíbar, Michal Kukula, who's in the breakaway, and Michael Schlegel is not on the start list today. He has pulled out. I can just see Jakob Fuglsang as well in the melee. Silver medal, of course, last time. He was frustrated by that. I watched the replay back. He sits up and just shouts, and I think, come on, Jakob. There's no way you're gonna get the gold against Hideki van Avermaet. But I understand it's the closest we'll ever get to having that big, huge level Olympic success. But nevertheless, will it be Jakob Fuglsang's day today? I think the answer is going to be no.
What are we saying here? Lisa said, if I were a GB rider, I would ride at least 6 feet from G. Yeah, I definitely agree with that. I wouldn't ride anywhere near him. Colombia here as well with a quite interesting team. Egan Bernal, not one of them, of course. They've got Rigoberto Urán, Sergio Higuita, Nairo Quintana, no Danny Martinez. And Ewan, do you think the Colombians can do anything? They had a bit of Chavez is here as well. They had a bit of not a great Tour de France by their standards. Rigoberto Urán looked set for a top 4, even top 3 position, and then kind of just went backwards in the GC in the last couple of stages.
Yeah, I think Colombia will find it difficult today to stand out. As I say, management's very similar to that of the UCI World Road Race Championships and Time Trial Championships, And Colombia don't usually taste success in that. And you see the routes like Innsbruck and Florence. It looks pretty set for Colombian success, but they just never appeared. I feel that might happen today. If it does, well, my money's on Higuita to do well. Sergio Higuita, of course, former Colombian road race champion, former podium finisher at Paris, which is a decent credential to his name. Another Paris champion on the start line, Max Schachmann. He is riding for Germany. They may have lost a rider already, so they're just down to Schachmann, Emil Bußmann, and Nikias Arndt. Trying to get Germany's first gold medal since Jan Ullrich in Sydney 2000. Elsewhere, other favorites to look out for. Austria have Pat Conrad, Gregor Mühlberger, and Hermann Pernsteiner. It's a strong team for them. Elsewhere, Kazakhstan, of course. Alexei Lutsenko. He's here with Dmitry Gruzdev and Vadim Pronsky. Pronsky was fantastic at the Giro, working for Alexander Vlasov, a Russian who's also on the start line. So maybe Lutsenko can go well today.
Well, Lisa's birthday is next month, so we'll definitely wish you a happy 47th then. But yeah, Gregor and Avenbahn moving at the front. We still have 17 minutes and 31 seconds, so they are reducing the gap now, and we're going to get ever closer to the next climb that's coming up after this, and that is the, well, very short Kagosa pass. And then we come to the biggest climb on the day. And yeah, I think someone just told us that Danny Martinez is still recovering from COVID, which is one of the reasons why he's not here. The superstar from the Giro d'Italia, of course, that picture where he was spurring on his teammate Egan Bernal will definitely be one that we'll think about for a long time. Yes, Wesley, I think we can say it now. I think YouTube have finally allowed us to say COVID because they can't really deny it as it's a part of life now. But anyways, 144.2 kilometers. We still have this stale situation of 8 riders up the road and 17 minutes and 31 seconds down to the peloton, and still a long way to go, that's for sure.
Yep, this is Tristan DeLonge who's about to get caught, so the gap is definitely going down. And someone said earlier that Tristan is usually a mountain biker, had to fill in the spot last minute. So a little bit out of his depths right now, but certainly ridden a strong race for a rider from a relatively small country, Namibia. I'm surprised they still have a rider to qualify for this, but they're here in the star list. They used to, of course, have a pro-continental rider, Dan Craven, no longer riding professionally. He retired in 2017 with Israel Startup Nation, or Israel Cycling Academy as it was known at the time. Just towards the front of the peloton, I think you can see a Belgian jersey. I can see the Swiss guys as well with the big crosses on their back. They are lurking around. They have Gino Merda and Mark Hirschi within their ranks, so a very, very strong team there. Also Spain just waiting in the wings, Poland, Denmark. I haven't seen much of Italy so far today, so Italy might just be looking to keep their powder dry.
Yeah, we of course also have America in there, and a lot of you are watching from America. So Brandon McNulty and Lawson Craddock, Diana is saying as well, and a few of you have mentioned. And do you think the American riders have a chance on this course? Brandon McNulty, of course, not great on the downhill as we saw in the Tour. But yeah, quite weird that is there only 2 American riders?
Yeah, only 2 Americans. They must not have qualified with any more.
Yeah.
To be fair, in terms of individual American success, it's not. It's probably not the most illustrious in comparison to a lot of these other countries. But they have 2 on the start line. But when you look at other countries that have 2 here, it's Turkey, Eritrea, Algeria. Even these aren't countries that are on the same level as the US. However, the US committee might have only sent 2 riders in order to minimize costs and so forth. But this year, Lawson Craddock and Brandon McNulty, the US, I don't know when the last time they won a men's cycling medal was, but it's probably either stripped by history or goes long into the history books.
Alluding there to the fact that a certain Lance Armstrong that we can't get away from mentioning, of course. But Yeah. Other teams of note, Denmark, of course, defending silver medalists with Jakob Fuglsang. Denmark have done actually really well when you look in history at getting the silver medal, which is quite funny. In the last, well, since 1964, Denmark have actually won the silver medal on 4 occasions, which is, yeah, no gold, no bronze, just 4 silvers. And looking at other Scandinavian countries, well, actually, in 1928, go back to that year, Henry Hensen won the gold medal, and yeah, he's unfortunately not alive, we think. But Sweden's won the gold as well in the past, and then Norway, their last medal was back in 2012 when Vinokurov and Uran were taking the top steps of the podium. Alexander Kristoff, a very young Alexander Kristoff, took the bronze medal. And yeah, that's about it for the Scandinavians in terms of that. But in terms of who Norway are bringing this year, they've got Topias Foss, of course, been on the channel before, fresh off his ninth place in Giro d'Italia. Also, the defending now both road race champion on the road for Norway and time trial as well. So he should definitely be in here. And we can see Eddie Dunbar up here, the young rider that was touted or still touted for great success, but he is at Ineos Grenadiers, so potentially that potential can be whittled away, or maybe he can be a future future Grand Tour contender, or maybe he will just be used up as we've seen many other riders have been at Ineos Grenadiers. I'm looking at you, Diego Rosa.
Not just Diego Rosa, there's a whole list of riders. We even made a video on it
Yeah, that's true. We have
a
got a
couple of
video on
months
it.
ago. There we go. 16 minutes and 52 seconds we're seeing on screen is the gap between the Peloton and the front group. We can just see Poggy moving around the side with Jan Polans, Tadej Pogacar getting on some new sunglasses. You know, we always say that Tadej Pogacar doesn't go very well when it gets hot, and it's mightily hot right now, 30 or so degrees Celsius. Very humid. I can see some rain falling. I don't know how the rain's falling, if it's not a thunderstorm, but hey-ho. But Pogacar, it's going to be interesting to see whether he is properly tested today in the heat, of course. We're just making our way down the side of a lake or a river, of course. Japan, really affected in 2011 by some terrible, terrible earthquakes on its east coast. And yesterday's opening ceremony looked to pay homage to that, of course, showing sunflowers which grew on the fields of places destroyed by the tsunami and earthquake. And there are so many parts of the country still recovering from that. A lot of the games will also be taking place around Fukushima in that prefecture, which was greatly affected by the crisis. And of course, the Fukushima nuclear plant, that whole backlash of that, and the demise of the power plant has some grave risks to everyone in Japan. As we see Michael Woods come back to the car, getting new shoes on or new cleats, I don't really know. But certainly not at the front of affairs right now. Or a lot of the cars here today are unbranded. It's not the usual team cars that we are used to. Just cars all bought up by the IOC to work for this road race.
Yeah, and what's quite interesting with national teams is that a lot of these, as you alluded to before, some of these staff work in World Tour teams. Some of them are just amateurs, so it's very much down to the federation what happens. And Diana's saying here that Kwiatkowski, the Polish former world champion, is a dark horse for today. And Matic Mohoric, of course, is president as well, as Bill just says in the comments. And yeah, we'll have to see if any of them can do anything. And yeah, there is a swan boat present as well, which is quite funny. Not quite the Tour de France gimmicks we're seeing, but we're also seeing a lot of rain on the road as well, as we always get in the Olympics at this point in the race. These very funny slow-mos, but Jan Tratnik, Gregor Van Avermaet are still at the front of affairs.
Yeah, I think Kwiatkowski is a very good bet. However, I have to inform you guys, Matej Mohoric is not here.
Oh, is he not?
Matej is not chosen for the Olympic Games. It is Jan Polant alongside
Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah.
Tadej
True, true.
Pogačar, Primož
Yeah,
Roglič,
true, true.
and Jan Tranik, the four of those. If you've been on Twitter in the past week, you've been seeing the memes about the official Olympic portraits. All four of them look like they're a little Slovenian mafia, and they might be at the end of today. They've got a big chance of winning with two of those riders, Tadej Pogačar or Primož. How's Primož going though? I'll have to find out. Do you see the Swiss guy into the back of the convoy? That is Mark Hirschi and Gino Meda. Of course, Gino Meda, who took a Giro d'Italia stage win at San Giacomo earlier this year, and Mark Hirschi, breakout star of last year. This time last year, he was gearing up for an incredible Tour de France and Classics campaign. As we just make our way through a village here, almost treated like a superstar, Yukiya Arashiro. I hope he's having a good time as well. Bahrain victorious rider, one of the riders in that Giro d'Italia squad.
Yeah, but yeah, South Africa are in the front. So Czech Republic. So Sagan, not the Sagan most of you would have wanted. Actually, all of you would have wanted. He isn't, of course, here. He's not even here for the mountain bike event that he was last time we had the Olympics. But two stars of the road cycling that are there are, of course, Tom Pidcock and Mathieu Van der Poel. And yes, we will be commentating that as well. Not with you, unfortunately, but with Jack. But we've got 140.7 kilometers to go now. And yeah, Ewan, what's the next climb we've got on hand for the riders? 16 minutes and 20 seconds is the difference now. And great to have Paddy in the comments as well. I know you're in Ireland, so you're suffering like we are.
I mean, I have no idea. The next climb is, I believe, the Kagosaka Pass. I do apologize for my Japanese pronunciation. I know absolutely nothing about Japanese pronunciation or the Japanese language because I'm ignorant. It's 2.2 kilometers at an average of 5%. Not the most challenging. After this, we dive down into the valley to head towards where we're going to be finishing this race at the Speedway and going up Mount Fuji, of course. A brilliant mountain known for its representation in art, pop culture, and just as a general symbol for Japan. The former volcano with snow at the top. It's absolutely beautiful. If there's snow on top right now, I'd be surprised. It's very, very hot. Roughly 30 or so degrees Celsius on the road.
I mean, it's even been emulated in cycling. There's a cycling brand called Fuji, and there was a cycling team back in 2010, was it, when we had Fuji Servetto as well, and they had a very ugly kit. But De Lange is getting spat here, the Namibian rider. Of course, there are some unusual riders on the start list as well, and that's usually because they need UCI points or whatever to qualify for the various things. And one of the riders is the Beat cycling rider from riding for Netherlands. If you were looking at the Netherlands start sheet, you might be a bit perplexed why they hadn't gone with more mountains rider than a track rider, but that's basically why he's here, to get into the track events, which I always think is a really unusual rule. Why do they need to attend a road cycling event in order to get into a track event? But nevertheless, cycling full of weird and wonderful rules. But yeah, anyways, the Kakosa Pass, 4.8% climb at 1 kilometer. So nothing too testing, and there's definitely going to be harder climbs coming up on the course, that's for sure.
Yep, there's certainly going to be quite a few difficult climbs still to come. We just head back up to the breakaway, and we're seeing these riders. Czech Republic, of course, they have never taken a road cycling medal at the Olympic Games. They've had Stybar to come close in the past. Jan Svoraba, I believe his name was, the former Czech sprinter. None of those guys ever got a medal, so this could be a first for Czech Republic, but the breakaway, I believe, will be doomed at the end of today. Nevertheless, this is Michal Kukula, who's the national champion of the Czech Republic, riding for Elkov. That's a team that Used to host Jose Czerny, of course, who now rides for the Koenig Quickstep. And Kukula, he's won the Maszowsza stage race and also the Tour of South Bohemia, and as well as stages of the Czech Cycling Tour and so forth. So one of these continental riders in Central Europe who sweeps up the Central European races, but must be a big occasion for him to be at the Olympic Games. Of course, riding for the Czech Republic, who haven't brought Petr Vakoc or Roman Korziga, any of those kind of guys to this kind of race. I thought it would suit them, but obviously not. They've gone for a more understated squad, I'll say that.
Yeah, this is the descent we're going to be going down for the finish as well. And of course, they have a while before they go down yet again. They have a big climb, well, almost going up the Mount Fuji to the top. And yeah, a shame. What are we saying here? I'm trying to make sure we don't miss any of your comments as well. Caleb is saying, I kind of like the blue Fuji Soveto kit. Fair enough. I think I might be confusing it with the Futon Soveto kit as well, because that was a dreadful kit, skin-colored kit. But yeah, what are we saying here? Yeah, of course, we've got Lance. Lance always appears in our comments, so we'll see if at one point if we can tease him in some way. But Jeremy is saying as well, thank you. Great to have you here as well, and thank you for listening to us since the Giro d'Italia. But anyways, the Breakaway, they are now coming to a feed zone, and they still have 137.6 kilometers to go. This Breakaway, of course, is numbered, that's for sure. Great to have you here, WH22. And can you update me about the Colombian team as well, Andres? Yes, we have had Nairo Quintana in a bit of a difficulty. I think he just had it didn't look like he was caught up with the crash. But yeah, maybe it was just a bike change from the former second place finisher in the Tour de France.
Yep, of course. We have the guys that are wearing blue today for Colombia, not yellow, as many of you are used to seeing in the football or the soccer team. We also see some Australians towards the front. They're working for someone today. Who is it going to be, though? Richie Porte, not a one-day rider. Rowan Dennis pulled out mysteriously during the night yesterday, or maybe 2 days ago. So it's just Bridge Hamilton and Porte. It's Lucas Hamilton, not Chris Hamilton. Lucas, of course, rode the Tour de France. As we see Primož, I haven't said this in a year, it feels, former ski jumper Primož Roglic, back at the car wearing number 8 for Slovenia. In Chinese culture, number 8 is a very, very lucky number. We're not in China right now. We're in Japan. Do not mix up the two. They don't like it. And he's getting a bag of some sort. Is it ice? Yes, ice and water. There we go.
Yeah, it's around 30, 31 degrees right now, so that is horrible to race in. It's horrible to train in.
Oh yeah, it is.
Yeah, we're currently we were going through a heat wave in the past few days in the UK, and yeah, I can tell you, I am not made for cycling in that weather. But yeah, as you said, Primož Roglic getting water and ice, just trying to cool down, and yeah, we'll have to see if he can be there at the finale, and see, as you said, if number 8 is lucky for him. And what are we saying here? Are there any live timings anywhere? Yep, Pro Cycling Stats, I'll send that through. But Slovenia, Ewan, are they well and truly your favourites? We've spoken about Italy in the preview as well. They have a very interesting team with Alberto Bettiol, principally one of the most interesting rider, and convicted racist as well, Gianni Moscon.
Yeah, the thing about the Italian team is that all of them can win a medal. Expect Bettiol and Moscon to be played maybe as wildcards, but they could really, on their day, they have the capabilities to make it into the podium place. I'd love to see Bettiol get it. I think he's a fantastic rider who really turns up at the big occasions. The Ronde van Vlaanderen and the Giro this year, of course, showed up there and really performed. Bettiol has been climbing fantastically well this year. He's been in Japan for a number of days, as we just see Mark Hirschi still at the back. Number 51 for Switzerland. Of course, Switzerland, home of Fabian Fabulous Cancellara, who has taken medals in the past. A bronze in Beijing in the road race, gold in Rio de Janeiro, as well as in Beijing in the race. And also looking back in history, Ernst Nivegeld also won a medal there in 1936. Scott, do you know what's well known about the 1936 Olympics?
Is this the one that Hitler hijacked?
Yes, it was the propaganda games for the Third Reich, where Hitler built a lot of the venues. Only Olympics Adolf Hitler attended. But yeah, it's known especially for Black Power as well, which is fantastic to see. And the defiance there, first of all, shown, I believe it was Jesse Owens at the time. Do correct me if I'm wrong, but defying the odds in a time when it wasn't quite so accepted in Germany. But a lot has changed since then. 135k to go, and history is going to be rewritten today. Who's going to get the gold? Don't forget to tell us who you think is going to get it. Thank you as well, Ricky, for telling me that Simon Geschke was pulled out because he had a positive PCR test. That is not good news for Max Schachmann for the next couple of days. Because Schachmann, of course, German rider, they probably was lodging together at the hotel. So that's worrying for Germany. And for the riders they might have been in contact with. Simon flew out from Paris like a day after the Tour de France on Sunday. So we'll see what the backlash of Geschke's positive result is.
Yeah, maybe putting too much off the Tour de France wasn't in his favor, but yeah, we still have a long way to go of this. The Olympic road race in 2021, but they call it the Olympic road race 2020 because they have so much merchandise that they don't want to rebrand, which is understandable. But GCN have just crashed for me, so I'm blind right now, Ewan.
I'm also blind. I'm currently watching through the BBC on my actual television. Yes, I'm watching it on an actual TV. My internet is currently limited, which is why you cannot see my face. But they've cut away completely. But we have seen some medals being given out. Of course, I believe the shooting was one of the first medals to be handed out. Gone to a Chinese athlete, also in the archery. The UK, I believe, getting defeated by China potentially. But everything amping up here in Tokyo. We're about to get our first cycling medal of the games. Of course, it's going to be road cycling. Don't forget, we have mountain biking, BMX, track, even triathlon later on in the games. So that's going to be very, very interesting to watch in Tokyo.
And
Time zones not in our favor, however. We are currently watching from the United Kingdom. It's just turned 6 a.m., 7 a.m. across much of Western Europe for you guys. And yeah, it's going to be another gold medal, another golden bike handed out in a couple of hours.
yeah, but Ewan, we spoke about Slovenia and Belgium, and we've touched on Italy as well, Colombia, and is there any other nation that you're kind of interested by? Spain, we touched on as well.
Austria, I'd say. I mean, Switzerland and Austria. Austria here with Pat Conrad, who was riding well at the Tour de France. Gregor Mühlberger, who we've seen nothing from all year. It's a shame because I really like Gregor. He moved to Movistar and inevitably found his doom there. And Hermann Pernsteiner, who's always been quite a strong rider. So we'll see how this one goes and if we can get some big success.
Yeah, I don't really know what's going on with my internet right now. It's not really playing ball, but yeah, we have the sole Greek rider as well at the front, Yuri Sagan as well, looking to get a gold medal for Slovenia, Slovakia, something that his brother couldn't do in the mountain bike event last year. But yeah, it's definitely an interesting dynamic, this Olympic road race, as usual, because you have all these different teams and they're not usually teammates. So yeah, it makes for a very interesting race for sure.
Yeah, it's like the it's like the road race championships, but harder because because the group is a lot smaller. We have 130 riders who are registered. Not all of them have competed. Simon Geschke and also Michael Schlegel. Oh, sorry, Michael Schlegel. Wrong language there. They've all lined up for this race right now. Other riders that are riding on their own, because of course you do have quite a few riders on their own of note. Arman from Hungary, Attila Valter. So if you're tuning in from Mayorosha, hello. You have a man, he's number 107 on the day. Alexander Rubashenko for Belarus with number 102. Also, is Eduard Sepulveda for Argentina. He's number 123. Andre Amador, who I was really excited for. It might not be his day today. He's number 126. He's a rider who rides for Ineos Grenadiers. Those are all the big riders on their own as such. Scott, do you think it's going to be hard for any of the solo riders to make their mark?
Yeah, I think it could. It's hard when you don't have teammates because then you have to be the one going back to get a bottle, especially on such a warm day. And the interesting thing is, we see these unofficial deals or whatever. You see teammates working for their trade teammates. Normally, we saw it with Ineos. Well, we saw it with Sky back in the 2012 Olympics. All the Sky riders uh, on the smaller nations, they were working for the GB, like Vasil Kirienka, who was representing Belarus, of course, but he was taking turns on behalf of Mark Cavendish, which was quite interesting. But yeah, unfortunately for them, it didn't quite work out. But yeah, if you just saw a flash of light, there's lightning here in Bath, unfortunately. But
Oh,
Ewan, it seems, yeah, we've got thunderstorms there as well. It's been pouring down. Yeah,
there we go. It's the whole ASMR experience now. I certainly heard that one.
absolutely crazy. But yeah, it looks like we got a split in the breakaway up the front.
I hate to say it, but the BBC is still cut away. I
Yeah,
am seeing
GCN
this up
still
right
cut it
now.
away as well. So we're
It's 6 a.m.
literally,
Of course, we need a news bulletin. But currently, the 4 minutes past 2 p.m. in Tokyo. And Scott, just fill us in what's happening. It looks like, according to Pro Cycling Stats, Delmini, Kokole, Sagan, Zoka, Tsotsakis, and Aula are breaking up.
yeah, I'm just trying to get pictures of GCN. I've kindly provided the pictures again. So thank you for that. Not blind anymore, but 128.4 kilometers. And the Astana, Azerbaijan rider is being caught now. Um, Elichi Azadov, of course, just being brought back by Greg Van Avermaet. And I'm not even sure if it was him because that seems incredibly fast. That because it was like there was 19 minutes between the other Azadov and the Peloton. So 16 minutes and 13 seconds. So I don't think it was that Azerbaijani rider. Maybe there was one earlier as well. But at the back, we're seeing the back of the peloton. We can see a Canadian rider. We can see many of the smaller nations, the Uzbekistan rider as well. And have we got? Is that Algeria as well? But Spain back here as well. But not much going on for them. And yeah, good for that Uzbeki rider that he's still here. 127.4 kilometers now. And great to have so many of you here with us already. And we are going to get shortly, well, not shortly, in a few moments, we'll be on the lower slopes of the next climb coming up.
Yeah, the Uzbeki rider, one of the oldest in this race, his name is Marajan Halmuratov. He is 39 years of age. From Uzbekistan, he won the Asian Cycling Championships back in 2013. He's won the Tour of China back in 2011, Asian Cycling Championships individual time trial as well. And he's been riding for a number of years in both Turkey and Japan. Uzbekistan, they've had a pretty good history in terms of professional road racing, of course, with their man Abdu Japarov and Sergei Lagutin as well. rode under an Uzbek license for a while. The BBC are back, and we are live in Tokyo. Jan Tratnik on the front here, ahead of Greg van Avermaet, Tiesj and what looks like Remco Evenepoel. Evenepoel wearing a dark helmet. Evenepoel, the real son of the Kona Quickstep. Every promotional video they do seems to feature him and Fabio Jakobsen. So they certainly have favorites in that team. You can see the Dutch team moving up here for Tom Dumoulin, we assume. Also, a good team for Bauke as well. Wilke Kelderman is here. He's going to be working in support of his former teammate Dumoulin. And Dylan von Baarle as well is here. Wilke Kelderman has actually been teammates with Dumoulin and Bauke Mollema on different occasions, different teams. And von Baarle, of course, I don't think has been teammates with any of these riders in the past.
What I was saying, Lisa saying, I hope no crashes will screw up the end of this race. Yeah, as long as Geraint Thomas stays away from the front end of the race, I think we'll be fine. And yeah, I'm not sure. I think maybe the Thunder was what screwed up my coverage. But 125.3 kilometers, still a long way to go, but we're getting close to that next time. And yeah, we were talking about oldest competitors, and no gold medal for guessing who the oldest competitor in this race is. But Ewan, who do you think is the youngest competitor?
Well, I did my research beforehand, and it's the Chinese rider. It is the Chinese rider who is born in the year 2000. Very, very young rider. But that's cycling nowadays. It's not Remco Evenepoel. I know many people would have guessed it would be Remco. It's not. Instead, it is Ruidong Wang, of course, who's 21, doesn't have that many results to his name on Pro Cycling Stats. In fact, second in the Chinese Road Race Championship this year. Oh, sorry, last year, rather. But this will be his first ever Olympic Games. A big achievement for him. I love these riders I mean, China's not a small nation, but nations with only one or two participants in it. How do you think they get contacted to ride this race? Because the likes of Rwanda or Morocco, they don't have that many riders. And obviously the Olympic Committee of that country just have to find them and find their best cyclist in the ranks. But when they get the call up to ride the Olympic road race and compete alongside Tadej Pogacar, Wout van Aert, Nibali, Valverde, the greats of the sport, that must feel immense, won't it?
Yeah, definitely. And also getting to represent your country, even how small they are. And hopefully just them being here can do something in their respective countries as well. And you were talking about the youngest rider, Ruidong Wang, the Chinese rider, and only 21 years old. And it would be great to have more Chinese riders on the World Tour, not just because China isn't really taking part in cycling that much. We've had like token riders on different teams, but there would be so much commercial interest having China involved. But we're seeing Guillaume Montan at the back here, one of your favorite riders. Of course, the French rider who did, finished 8th in the Tour de France recently and did very well, to be honest. And Ewan, who do you think is the chosen son for the French team? We haven't really spoken about France.
No, I think that's for a reason. They don't have the big headline act. David Gaudu has looked good, but he's not quite on winning ways. Guillaume Martin, very angry at the moment. So if you're tuning in from France, you've lost your philosopher, Guillaume Martin, who is still trying to find his car. This is very difficult, actually, because it's not very obvious which team car is which. And Guillaume Martin now just deciding to head at the side of the road and hope that a Frenchman comes to help him. There we go. Finally, France arrive. And that is the problem here. It's like feed bags as well. All the feed bags are unbranded, just with the pictogram of the cyclist on it. So it makes it quite hard, actually, in this race. Very, very different dynamic to normal road racing and so forth. But we cut up to the breakaway. Dlamini, Kukala, Sagan, alongside Tsotakis and Aular as well. Greece, I don't really know much about Greek cycling, but this must be one of their stronger riders. They used to have a ride on Euskaltel back in the day as a World Tour rider, but certainly not really living up to their athletic nature in cycling.
Yeah, that's for sure. There, cycling, of course, is well. It's strange because there's so many peculiar countries that are very good at cycling. Looking at you, Slovenia and Colombia, and then you have these bigger nations that are nowhere in cycling, like China, like Greece. Okay, it's not a huge nation, but you would have thought by it being so Europe centric that most of the European countries would be very good at cycling. But yeah, Greece is one of those countries that aren't, and yeah, like Bulgaria as well, where you could have a lot more opportunities for growth. But great to have you here, Patrick, as well, for joining us this morning. Well, this morning it definitely is here in the UK, 6 a.m. Make sure to let us know who you think is going to win right now in the poll. Whoa, we have 1,754 votes in the poll, and it's very tight between Wout van Aert and Tadej Pogacar. Of course, YouTube only allow us 4 different options, so unfortunately, I couldn't just put every single rider that we were thinking of. But yeah, between Wout van Aert and Tadej Pogacar, there's only 1% in it right now, which is quite impressive. So if you haven't already, make sure to, well, first of all, hit the like button on the stream. We're not even at 200 yet. So it would be great for us to cross that. 361, of course, I think, was our record at the Tour de France on the final stage. And yeah, Ewan, it's definitely still a long ride for these riders as we come towards the next climb.
Yeah, we just see the Japanese darling Yukiya Arashiro at the back. Professional rider for Bahrain Victorious. He rode the Giro d'Italia for Caruso. Caruso is here for Italy. They are not up towards the front right now. They have Nibali, Caruso, Moscon, Ciccone, Bettiol all riding for them. And it's a very, very strong team. One of the strongest here, as we see. The Japanese riders at the back of the peloton. I don't think we're going to have home glory today. Japan, not quite up there in terms of pro racing. We do have quite a few races in Japan, but probably not going to be their time today. I can't remember the last time we had a home winner. It must go long back into the past.
That is a very good question. Yeah, good question actually. Because yeah, last Brazil obviously no, London obviously, Kazakhstan, Beijing obviously
There we go.
no.
Sorry, there we go. I found it.
Who is it?
It's 2 games that were slightly tainted due to political reasons. 1984 and 1980. 1984, Alexei Grewal of the United States won when it was held in L.A. Of course, that one was well known because Russia and most socialist nations boycotted the games. Likewise, in 1980, the US boycotted the Russian games, which were held in Moscow, which was also won by a Russian rider ahead of a Polish rider and another Russian. So I think that says it all to some extent. So the last home victory, 1984, I believe.
Yeah, great bit of trivia there for you, courtesy of our own Ewan. Ewan is here. It's just internet connection hasn't allowed him to be here in visual sense. But anyways, a country that had somewhat of good success is of course Italy, and we were speaking about them before. We got their team up on the graphics now. They of course won with the late Fabio Castelli back in 1992. Paolo Bettini, of course, won in 2004. That amazing classics rider. And we also had a silver medal in 2008 by the ever-present Davide Rebellin. Of course, I think he's still riding now. And Giuseppe Martinelli won in 1976 as well. So familiar names, and yeah, Guillaume Martin still trying to get back. And yeah, one thing that Eddie Merckx never did was win a gold medal. But his son did take a bronze medal. So the Merckx family still have some success at the Olympics.
Yeah, and if you look down the list of Olympic champions, I wouldn't say it's littered with big, with the greats. There's no Anquetil, there's no Bernardino, Eddie Merckx, and so forth. Instead, it's these different riders because it's a very, very unpredictable race. It's a notoriously difficult race to predict. Like Pascal Richard, what happened to him after his Olympic victory, for example? Of course, Beppe Martinelli did not win. He came second, in fact, in 1976. That was Beppe Martinelli now is one of the director sportives at Astana. He runs the Giro d'Italia lineup, and that team looks to be welcoming a certain Shark of Messina into their ranks next year. Beppe working alongside Nibali again. We have 14 minutes and 36 seconds between the leaders group and the peloton right now. It looks like the leaders group have a stable gap, but this should come back very soon. This must mean that
Very
the gap
soon.
will go up.
14 minutes.
I mean, I have no idea when it's going to come back, but there is like over 100 kilometers of racing still to go. But of course, Belgium and so forth, they're not stupid. They aren't going to bring this one back. But maybe if we do have a breakaway, who's the strongest man in this group to win it?
I mean, it would be amazing to have a winner from Venezuela, to be honest. He looks a bit like Sergio Higuita on the bike.
To some extent, it's probably because he's. I mean, he's on Camaral actually. This guy, I have never heard of or Luis Aular. He's from Nirwa in Venezuela. Venezuela, a country that has a difficult relationship with itself in terms of political crises and so forth. Hugo Chavez, of course, was their leader for so many years. Now in a sort of limbo situation and difficult relationship with other nations, let's say. This guy, 1 meter and 76 tall, rides for Carral. He's won the Tour de Cumano in the past, the Vuelta Ciclista a Venezuela as well. He was the time trial champion of Venezuela in 2019. And in fact, this year he came second on a stage of the Route du Sud, as it used to be called, La Route d'Occitanie in France, before he pulled out the next day.
Bruno is asking an interesting question here. I don't think they do. Do the riders have radios right now? Because I don't think they have. Yeah, they don't have radio, and many of these riders are so used to riding with radios. So that, yeah, good, well pointed out, Bruno. There, that makes it a very interesting race as well, and that's potentially why we saw Mark Cavendish. I need to rewatch the 2012 one. But that's why you can get a lot of these riders get caught out as well, as we just see. Is this the cars that we're in right now? Or is this a break? I'm quite confused. But it's the GB car. It must be at the back, yeah.
Looking like a rag doll, I must say. Doesn't look good. Doesn't look in a good state. As Jan Tratnik now ups the pace. Tratnik and Van Avermaet doing a lot of the work here for their leaders, Van Aert and Pogacar. Remco is second wheel, so I don't know if Remco is going to be the leader. He looks a little bit more comfortable on the descent, but yeah, I'll say that now. 115k to go. We still have a lot of racing left on this, probably 3 hours at least left of the Olympic road race. Live from Tokyo at Tokyo 2020 Olympic Games, of course, bearing the name of 2020 still. For commercial reasons. At the back of the peloton, Guillaume Martin is back here. We can see a rider from New Zealand. This looks like Pat Bevan. So New Zealand, what can they do? Maybe Pat Bevan can surprise and ride a decent race.
Yeah, of course, New Zealand are having somewhat of a good generation for them as well. Of course, prolific on the track scene, and they're of course going to be one of the competitors for the likes of GB, Denmark and Australia for the medals when it comes to the team pursuit. But are they going to trouble here in the road race? Probably not. But we're just gone past 3 hours into the race. And of course, we've been 1 hour of that. And if you missed it, if you're just joining us, Geraint Thomas has crashed already. So, yeah, I know in Formula One, they have this driver, I nearly said rider, called Mazepin. Every time he crashes or every time he spins, there's a counter on a website. We should have that kind of counter as well for Geraint Thomas every time he crashes in a race. But nevertheless, we still have a five-man group at the front, and they still have a lead of above 14 minutes with 114.4 kilometers to go.
Yep, Mazza Spin, as he's known, and I remember back in the day, 2012, maybe 2014 or so, Pasta Maldonado of Venezuela used to have a reputation for crashing. There used to be a web page called "Has Maldonado Crashed Yet?" and it would just give you a timer of the last time he crashed. So
Should be.
maybe someone can develop that for G. Thomas. We're seeing him number 21 at the back for Great Britain. It's not going to be his day. He's won Olympic gold before in Beijing and also in London. No gold last time around when we were in Rio de Janeiro. Of course, the first Olympic Games in South America. Let's not forget. Now we are back in Tokyo, and it's not going to be a happy day for Geraint Thomas. Yeah, he also doesn't have a contract for next year. I remember quite a few years ago he was linked to Trek Segafredo. I don't know if that link is still there, but maybe Geraint Thomas will have to move away. If you had the choice between Joao Almeida or Geraint Thomas, which one would you make?
Oh, Geraint Thomas for sure. He gets more attention every time he crashes.
I can't tell if you're kidding or not.
I'm kidding. Of course I'll go for Joao Almeida. The kid's like 22, 23, and he's one of the most. Yeah, when's the last time Geraint Thomas finished top 10 in a GC?
2019 Tour de France.
Exactly. When's the last
Of
time Joao
course.
Almeida finished top 10?
Um,
In the Giro. So,
2 months ago.
yeah, exactly.
There we go. I mean, I do like Almeida. I think he's brilliant. I have not seen a single Portuguese jersey today as well, which makes for interesting viewing. Joao is keeping his head down low. He's not a one-day racer, I wouldn't say. Joao Almeida doesn't spring out to me as a favorite for Liège, Bastogne Liège, and so forth. He usually rides for other people at the Kona Quickstep, but he's here now, riding alongside Nelson Oliveira, who's a good one-day racer in the cobbles, or he was at least a number of years ago. If this is the same team that orchestrated Rui Costa's 2013 Florence victory, then I'm sure they can pull off something special today with Joao Almeida. Well, there's plenty of racing still to come. Only a couple kilometers until we hit Mount Fuji and the 1,451 meter high climb. Such an infamous mountain across the world. Probably one of the most famous volcanoes on planet Earth, I'd say Mount Fuji. But here we go.
Yeah, we've got the graphic on screen now. It's a 14.5 kilometer climb at 6%, and you can see that at the beginning it averages around 68%. Then it has an easy section of 3.4, and then well, it's an easy section for about 4 kilometers where it doesn't peak above 5.5%. Then we have a bit of a undulating part from about kilometer 7 all the way up to kilometer 10, where it even goes up to 9.4 kilometers, and then the final bit of the climb, it averages around the 6%, 6%. So it's definitely going to be a attritional climb. It's not going to be any. It's well, grinding climb, if you will. It's not particularly hard when you look at the percentages, but it is more the length rather than the gradient that will get you as a rider, and of course the heat as well is going to be a factor here. But we'll see if any of the big teams actually just press on this climb, even though we are 112.2 kilometers from the finish. We've got 193 likes right now. We're getting very close to 200. So if you're watching us, we are 460 odd now. So if you haven't already, make sure to hit the like button so we get over that 200 mark. Of course, 362 was I think it was 362 from our last stream, which of course was the last stage of the Tour de France. And Tadej Pogacar, of course, did take the win overall, and he's looking to become the first ever rider to win both the road race in the Olympics and the Tour de France in the same year. And Ewan, who was the last rider to do that achievement? But not the road race, of course.
I completely zoned out. I forgot what your question was. Um,
What rider has won a
Nevertheless,
gold and the Tour de France in the same year? Bradley Wiggins?
yeah, in terms of the time chart in the road race, I can't see anybody screaming out to me as doing that. No, I don't think there is. So there you go. It would be a new achievement, winning Olympic gold in the road race and a Tour de France victory. Wiggins, of course, won that TT after winning the Tour de France in London. The Heroes welcome at home as well. The last time we had a home victory in the cycling, or in the road cycling, of course, that was at Hampton Court Palace in London. A great day that I remember fondly. Wigo fever was at its peak in the United Kingdom then. However, they race under the title of Great Britain at the Olympic Games, to my frustration. It's Pierre van Avermaet at the front. Second wheel is Jan Tratnik with Tish Benoot in third wheel. What's Tish going to do today?
Nothing.
Okay, nevertheless, Stefan Kung and your man Attila Valter just talking through the peloton. You can see plenty of riders from different nations. It's almost a rainbow of different flags and colors. And Norge, what are they going to do? They have Tobias Foss here. I just saw one of their riders move up the peloton. I'm not quite so sure if Norway are going to be in contention for this one. It doesn't really scream out Tobias Foss victory. Andreas Leknesund as well, I do really like. So maybe he can show his face as well.
Of course, heralding from Tromsø, and the Arctic Tour of Norway starting very soon as well. Starting in Tromsø, but yeah, he of course was the 2020 time trial champion of Norway, and that is a title that is now the Jumbo Visma rider Tobias Voss's. Voss, not Voss. Voss is a different rider. He was the German rider Paul Voss. But yeah, Tadej Pogacar is up near the front, so he's really where he wants to be right now in the group.
Yep, and Tobias as well, road race champion in Norway. Due to Italia success, what is next for Tobias Foss? We'll have to find out. Nick Delamini, Michael Kukala, Juraj Sagan, Polykronis, Totsakis, and Orluis Aular are in the breakaway right now. A rider from a number of continents, 3 continents on lockdown, and including Africa, Europe, and South America. A pro-continental rider in the form of Orluis Aular, Juraj Sagan, and Nick Delamini are World Tour riders. Kukala is a continental rider rather. Polykronis Totsakis is from Greece. He's from Kania in Greece. It's his first time at the Olympic Games, I believe. And at 32 years of age, this is a big moment for Greece. No World Tour riders in at least 10 years for that nation, but this continental rider is showing the brilliant Greek flag, and of course the Olympic Games heralds from the nation of Greece.
Patrick, was it Patrick? Yeah, Patrick just said this is a bit like Eurovision Song Contest for cycling. I think that's very funny. Lisa saying there the thing as well. Vinokurov paid Rigoberto Urán. That's of course allegedly, but he has a history of doing that allegedly with Kolobnev. Please don't come after me, Kazakh mafia. Um, but yeah, Rigoberto Urán, of course, the only real Colombian medalist at the Olympics in recent time, anyway. And yeah, it was a very peculiar podium that in 2012. Vinokurov, Rigoberto Urán, and Christoph. But anyways, in order, well, the riders that want the success this year for Colombia: Sergio Gita, Chavez, Rigoberto Urán, and Nairo Quintana. Can any of them do anything on this course? It is a particularly Colombian friendly course, but so was Innsbruck, and nothing happened there. But 108.5 kilometers, and it seems like we have got the break on that elusive climb.
Yep, they're on Mount Fuji. Of course, there is an emoji for this climb. I don't think we've been over many climbs in the world that have emojis that go with it. But there we go. The average weight of the riders, by the way, is 66.7 kilo. And the average weight of the breakaway is 3 kilos heavier. It's 69.8 kilograms. So this breakaway a little bit heavier than the rest of the peloton, but no need to body shame. They're doing very, very well today, and it's a whole range of ages. Or Luis Aular is the youngest at 24 years of age. Uri Sagan and Polykronis Tsotsakis are 32 years of age. Um, and it's good to see that there are Greek people in the chat. Thank you for correcting my Greek pronunciation. It's much appreciated. And yeah, it's great to see Greece in the cycling game. People talking about Rigoberto Uran as well, who of course came second in that very, very bizarre finale to the London road race, which was won by Alexander Vinokurov, who got Kazakhstan's first medal in a number of years.
Yeah, they of course normally get their medals from the weightlifting, so or even wrestling. I think there ends my knowledge of Kazakh Olympic medals. But yeah, Vinokurov got that very amazing medal, and incidentally, Colombia, and I only know this because my girlfriend's Colombian, so I've been teasing her about it. Colombia, they do very well in the BMX for the women, which yeah, that's the only two gold medals they really have in cycling. And then Rigoberto Urán, of course, as we've mentioned countless times now. Bit too many times for the likes of a silver medalist, so we need to talk about Fuglsang, of course, finishing second last year to Greg Van Avermaet, and yeah, it's been a bit annoying that he gets himself into these situations, and it seems like Jakob Fuglsang just can't win a sprint, be it against Dan Martin, Greg Van Avermaet, you name it, and he's almost lost the sprint against them. But he's done very well in the Dauphiné in past years and in the monuments as well. And I heard a podcast, Villeuropa, if any of you are listening from Denmark, probably not. Everyone in Denmark is probably asleep. That Denmark actually won the 4 out of the last 14 monuments. So for such a small country, Denmark's doing very, very well. And are really in their golden generation right now. We're seeing the Kazakh rider hoping to emulate his probably idol, let's be honest, Vinokurov, and that is Alexei Luzenko, who of course has done very well in the Tour de France, got his first ever top 10 position. And Ewan, how do you think the Kazakh rider is riding?
I think he's riding well. I think he has to stay under the radar. He has Gruzdev and Pronsky for help. Gruzdev more of an engine. Pronsky is a good climber. So yeah, just staying under the radar for now. I know he idolizes Vinokurov when he got the call to sign for Astana in 2013. It meant a lot to him because Vinokurov was heralded as this big figure when he was a child. They used to have posters of him on the wall of his elementary school classroom. So it means a lot to him to be here today riding, and potentially it could be another good day for the Kazakh rider. I know he's many people's dark horse, but we'll have to wait and see how this goes. He's a very good one-day racer as well. So Lutsenko definitely up there as one of the outside bets.
Yeah, very interesting rider. Well, there we go. There's a peculiar country already in terms of cycling. Kazakhstan, of course. Many people. Great to have you here, Vera, as well. Overslept. Yeah, what have you missed, Vera? You missed Geraint Thomas crashing. But yeah, in terms of Kazakhstan, many people knew Kazakhstan because of the Borat film. But I was like, no, 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 no. I know them because of their Stana squad, not some silly movie. So I think, yeah, for many cycling fans, that was, and Vinokurov as well, was kind of the reason they knew Kazakhstan, not because of Sacha Baron Cohen's parody video or whatever you want to call it, film. But yeah, great to have so many of you here already. We are already over 200 likes, so thank you all for that. Let's try and beat our record of 300. Well, our record is the final time trial in the Giro d'Italia. You guys went absolutely crazy. 400 and something, I think it was. But anyways, nonetheless, up the road we have the leaders 106.6 kilometers from the finish. And will it be a successful day for the Sagan family? Never really tasted any success in the Olympics, but potentially it can be the lesser known of the two Sagan brothers who can get a medal for Slovakia here, or not.
Maybe we'll have to wait and see. Just to update you on what's been going on today, it was the first medal of the Olympic Games has already been handed out. That was the women's 10-meter air rifle that was won
Denmark? Denmark? No.
by Yang Chuin of China, ahead of one of the riders not riding for Russia because of legal reasons, riding for the Russian athletes committee, whatever
Riding.
they're called. Sorry, shooting for them. Ahead of
Riding in a shooting event?
I know that would have been a bit weird. Galashina ahead of Kristen, who is a Swiss shooter. So there you go, your women's 10-meter air rifle. That's the first event of the games. We have a couple of more medals to come in. Another shooting one will be very, very soon, as well as the mixed team archery event. That will come in at roughly in 2 hours or so, alongside plenty of more events. The medals are coming thick and fast now at the Olympic Games. Currently leading the medal table is China. They might lead it until the very end. Who knows? It's probably between China, the United States, and this bizarre Russian conglomerate as such.
But yeah, we've got 106.1 kilometers now, 5 men out in front, and one of them is a South American. And they've got 13 minutes and 10 seconds. They are on Mount Fuji right now. And of course, Hellas is Greece. If yeah, some of these teams have got their own. Well, I think a lot of them actually have their own actual names in their respective languages. We'll have to see Denmark, because I think last year, 5 years ago in Rio, Denmark actually had Denmark, not Denmark, which it is in Danish. So yeah. Anyways, Hellas, Greece there, and what are we saying here? Patrick saying I worked with someone from Thessaloniki. Yeah, okay. My Greece aside, what are we seeing here? Slow-mo of the Venezuelan rider.
Yeah, I mean, I'd love to go to Thessaloniki. It's known for its pretzels and feta cheese and spinach parcels. I love Greek food. I love Greece. I've never been there. So maybe Mr. Totakis can get me a flight over there very soon. I'd appreciate that one.
A flight? They're like 20 quid on Ryanair.
They are. I just never had the opportunity to go. Maybe I will soon. This is New Zealand at the moment, pushing on. It's is it Pat Bevan or yeah, it is Pat Bevan. Brilliant. George
Why?
Bennett waits in the wings.
Why?
Behind Tadej Pogacar. So New Zealand deciding not to work for Pat Bevan, even though I'd say he's the better quantity. Don't forget, George Bennett did come second in Lombardia last year, so there is that, I guess.
Yeah, strange that. Wait, sorry, did you say Pat Bevan came second in Lombardia? I think you're mixing New Zealanders
George
up.
Bennett came
Yeah, I
second
was
in
like,
Lombardia.
I think you're mixing New Zealanders up.
Aye.
But yeah, of course, the winner on that occasion. Who was that, Ewan? Who was the winner of Lombardia last year?
Let's not forget that the Lombardia was held during a time of a lot of uncertainty when and the preparation
Wow,
for
I love how you're taking
the
the
Tour de
glory away
France
from
was
Jakob Fuglsang
ongoing.
winning. Jakob Fuglsang won.
Yes, that is true. Nevertheless, we are pushing on. 105k to go, and this is Pat Bevan at the front of the peloton right now. Jan Tratnik behind. It's quite an open highway up this mountain. You can see Canada filing across the road as well, and I just caught a glimpse rather of a Yates brother for first time I've seen one of those today. Wout van Aert as well here riding for Belgium. They've got a geometric design on top of their usual blue jersey. United States as well. That's Brandon McNulty, who always looks like a deer in headlights. Number 38, that is Sergio Higuita as well, moving around. Kevin Genietz raises his hand. He must have a problem, so Genietz frustrated there.
Yeah, but we're getting the Burkina Faso rider has been caught here, unfortunately. So end of his Olympics at the front for the cameras. But we're seeing at the back we got one of the American riders and the Chinese rider as well. But at the front, Slovenia still dictating the pace, 105 kilometers to go, and still quite a bit of time between them and the breakaway.
Yeah, this gap hasn't really reduced that much. I think since we've been live, it's come down roughly 6 or so minutes. But that's been the past hour and a
Oh, it's
half.
12 minutes now,
Yeah,
12:46 now.
it's 12 minutes, but it's not reducing that quickly. But I assume they will come back before the end. It's good to get some time for Nick Delamini. I'm sure every commentator around the world is going to be talking about his exploits at the Tour de France. A real shame to see him wiped out of that one. As we see the Romanian comeback, I really like the Romanian kit. That's Edward Michael Grosu. Of course, Romania have a history of riders competing in the US. I think he is one of them. But moving on now, this is Jan Tratnik at the front for Bahrain Victorious. Winner of a Giro d'Italia stage last year. He was on the final podium in Milan this year for the team classification. He's got Greg van Avermaet in the wheel. As we pan back to Remco Evenepoel, who's at the back of the peloton right now, alongside number 41. Looks like Lucas Hamilton for Australia.
I think it's time for a new poll, as over 2,000 of you have voted. And yeah, if you haven't already, make sure to hit the like button because we're nowhere near 300 now. We're trying to beat our Tour de France record of 362. But yeah, as you said, Remco Evenepoel at the back. We also got Australian rider there near him as well. Australia, one of the teams that we were, what should I say, criticized for not mentioning in the preview. But yeah, I didn't really think they warranted it, really. Sorry, any Australians.
No, they didn't. And I think Australia are going to be quite absent from this, which is a shame. Plenty of Australians, I'm sure, will be watching this. It's probably a more convenient time for them in terms of the time zones and so forth. Not too far away from Japan in terms of latitude, I believe. So we'll see how that one goes. Warren Mount Fuji right now, 12 minutes and 26 seconds separates the peloton from the breakaway.
Next poll is going to be who's going to be the last rider to survive in the breakaway. I think that's a interesting poll. But yeah, we're getting near the top. And Ewan, how hard is this climb that we're on right now? We mentioned it before, but just give us a reminder.
It's 14.5 kilometers at 6% average gradient.
So yeah, what do you think is going to happen here? It doesn't seem like anyone's really pushing on. They're just taking it easy in a way, keeping the rhythm going.
Everyone's taken their time at the moment, and we'll wait and see what this does for the race. In terms of the breakaway, moving people towards the front for teams and so forth, and the general outlook of this Olympic Games.
Right, we've got our next poll up. Sorry, I couldn't include the Greek rider. Great to have you here, TBO, as well. Great to have so many recognizable names in the chat as well. Ricky's saying, what are we saying here? Mount Fuji is one of the 3 holy mountains revered in Japanese culture. Oh, okay. And yeah, another thing as well. So we can't do a poll about this, but which is your favorite kit as well? I really like the look of the South African kit. The Belgian kit, as who was it that said hasn't been changed since the 70s? I think it was Patrick, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, but let us know which kit you like. I thought the 2016 Danish kit was one of the best ones I've seen, but alas, they're not wearing that right now. The Slovenian one is, of course, green, even though they have no green in their color. The New Zealand one is very plain and quite simple. But Remco Evenepoel has decided to unzip his jersey here, and Stefan Kung we can see here as well. And one of the Slovenian riders, Jan Polanc, number 7, has a bit of a bike problem here. I think his chain just got stuck, or he dropped his chain, and in the team. Well, he's in the cars now, which is not good for Slovenia. He's of course one of their two workhorses for Tadej Pogačar and Primoz Roglic. Great to have you here, 3 a.m. from India. And where we're saying Mark is asking, where's Esteban Chavez? We haven't actually seen Esteban Chavez, and normally that's a good sign as well if you haven't seen them. Paddy's saying no mention of Sammy Sanchez, gold medalist for the Basque Country nation. Of course, yeah, he won that in Beijing. And Ewan was mentioning earlier on that Andy Schleck really regrets that Olympics. I haven't actually watched that race back, but I really should. Nate is saying, does anyone know approximately what time this will end? It will end in 103 kilometers, whichever that is. Maybe in 2.5 hours, I would say. Maybe 3 hours at a push. But we're having I think the sole Iranian rider struggling here at the back, unfortunately. So some of the lesser nations getting dropped out this peloton, and of course these are World Tour riders, most of them. So imagine riding as a okay racer in your respective country, and then suddenly you're with the elite of the elite in terms of the cycling world. Yeah, it definitely is an experience for a lot of these riders, that's for sure.
Yeah, Yuri Havik dropped as well alongside Saeed Safarzadeh. Safarzadeh, sorry, that's the Iranian rider. He was Iranian time trial champion in 2019, second twice at the national championships, taken 6 wins to his name, including 3 stage wins of the Tour of Iran. He doesn't actually have any professional contract, so he's kind of been picked up for this race.
A good shop window for him.
Yeah, I mean, he's road race champion, but he's also 35 years of age. So this might be a bridge too far for him. He's from Tabriz in Iran. There are a couple of riders from Iran who have had some success in the past in the continental scene, but I think the Iranian cycling scene at the moment is not at its strongest phase right now, as we see more people getting dropped. It looks like the riders on their own are finding it difficult now. I just missed who was dropping off there, but I think it might be Cristoforo Robin Jurado for Panama as well being dropped off. And yeah, it's good to see that we have so many different nations, but they are struggling right now.
Yeah, what are we saying here? What time is it there in Japan? Good question, actually.
It's 10 to 3 in the afternoon.
But
so 14:49.
Yeah, at the front we've got Jan Tratnik. We can also see Pavel Sivakov. I think that was the rider we could see there, representing Russia. But you have a theory that he's not going to be representing Russia for too long. Yeah, it's a strong team from Russia. They've got it's their strongest riders right now. They've got here Pavel Sivakov, Alexander Vlasov, Ilno Zakharin.
Dobry Deni, Russia, because they have a very, very good team. I don't know about Vlasov, because Vlasov would need 4 years without an Olympic Games in order to change country for the Olympics. So going here has ruined his chances to go into Paris. And I would doubt that he'd actually be picked for Paris anyway, because it's a flat course. Of course, the next Olympic Games in his home nation of France. He grew up near Saint-Gaudens, down in the south of the country. Said that in a very southern way. Chocolatine part of France. And he's got a strong affinity to there, but also to Russia. He got the Russian license when he was younger. He thought it was easier to race for them, and it's worked out to some extent. But Russia, a very, very strong team. Zakharin, Vlasov, and Sivakov. I don't know if it's going to work out. Zakharin has not lived up to the mark after he has moved. Kifiyat, there are no Pakistani riders here at the Olympic Games. Iranian is probably closer to going to get as a Persian rider. No one else really from that part of the world. No Indian riders, no Bangladeshis, and so forth. So I'm missing that corner of the world. Hello to Anna in Kazakhstan. Hope you're doing well. And Helga Schultz asking about South Africa. Well, Nick Dlamini is in the breakaway, so good news for him. I still am waiting for Italy to come to the front.
Yeah, 101.3 kilometers to go. Yeah, some of you will have realized that I didn't put the Greek rider in. I was trying to think. Well, okay, he had the most letters, so it was like, which of the five riders could I should I not include? And yeah, I won't be surprised if he's the last rider to be out there. But great to have you here, CH in Japan as well, and. What are we saying? What was I replying to? Yeah, Ewan and I are a bit lightheaded because I'm definitely lightheaded because I kind of didn't sleep. I closed my eyes. I couldn't sleep for whatever reason, but I was just closing my eyes listening to a podcast for like 7 hours. But yeah, I was so nervous that I was gonna sleep over and sleep in or whatever because I have a very bad habit of not waking up at the correct times. But Stuart is saying it's 14:52. And Stuart, are you in Japan? Um, and what are we saying here? Yeah, just trying to keep up with the comments as well. And if you haven't already, make sure to like the stream so we can try and beat our record of the Giro's, well, record from the Tour de France. And currently, right now, 44% of you who have voted are saying that Yuri Sagan is going to be the last rider to stay out. And Ewan, who do you think is going to be the last rider to stay out of these five?
Nick Dlamini or Uri Sagan. I think they will be the last ones, but there's plenty of time still to wait for this. Because we have a whole host of kilometers still to take on the stage. Of course, the 21-year-old starting today is not the youngest person ever to start the Olympic road race. We've had plenty of 17, 18, 19-year-olds start in the past. Youngest rider in recent history, Stefan Barreau, who was from the Virgin Islands, who was 17 years of age, who started the Olympic road race.
And someone was asking about how they select the riders. Of course, it's down to the federations and what goals they have as well. And one peculiar rider that we saw, of course, was one of the Dutch riders who's going to later on be at the track events. And yeah, this unusual rule that, yeah, we saw it. Who was it? I think one of the French riders at the 2012 Olympics started the road race as well in order to get enough, what is it, UCI points or something in order to qualify for the event. It's such a weird rule. I don't understand it. So they have to do like a minimum of 60 kilometers or something strange. And if anyone knows, let us know in the comments because I remember there's something peculiar going on about that. But yeah, we've got 100K to go. So we are within the final kilometer of this race. As I nearly said Jan Tratnik at the front, but of course he isn't at the front. He definitely doesn't race for the Czech Republic or Slovakia. It is Yuri Sagan. Actually, it does look quite similar to Jan Tratnik from afar.
Yeah, they do. He's not quite as large in stature in comparison to his brother, who, of course, is a phenomenal sprinter and classics rider. The rider you were thinking about from 2012 was Michael Bourgan, who is an absolutely brilliant track rider. Used to clash a lot with what's his name?
Chris
Used to clash
Hoy.
a lot with the other French sprinter.
Well, Chris Hoy as well.
Yes. Bouger. Oh, I can't
Yeah,
remember.
Berger. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a very, very good finale there where they rode head to head. As we just see Jan Tratnik at the front of the peloton, still Jan Tratnik doing a lot of work. We knew he'd be used up a lot, and he is doing that right now.
Yeah, Belgium are about to swamp the front of the race as well. Thies Benoot up here, and yeah, definitely is the Belgian rider. The Belgian team definitely know they have something. They have two of potentially the favorite riders here, Wout van Aert and Remco Evenepoel. And Ewan, when's the last time we had a Belgian medalist?
Is this a joke? Greg van Avermaet, reigning champion.
Yeah.
2016, of course. They've had plenty of medalists before that. Axel Merckx, who's been on the channel before,
Yeah,
back
he has.
in Athens, 2004.
Well, no,
And
he was on the channel last year, but yeah, sure.
Yeah, definitely not on the channel in 2004. That's before YouTube's time.
Yeah, true.
Before that, you've got to look towards 1964 when it was Walter Godefroot who was on the podium alongside Kjell Rodian from Denmark in 1964. Games won by Mario Zanin from Italy.
But yeah, we've got less than 100 kilometers, almost less than 10 minutes of an advantage for the riders out in front. And we can just see the Swiss riders are up here. We even have the sole Croatian rider up here as well. We can see one of the Yates brothers and the battered and bruised Geraint Thomas as well. In a race full of amateurs, Geraint Thomas is the first one to crash. So that's quite impressive.
Well, I don't know what that says about him, but we can just see Lukasz Kubish, I believe, has just been dropped. He is the new he was. I think he was up there in the Slovakian championships. He got a medal of some sorts, but not the big cheese. He's one of the youngest riders in this race, 21 years of age, rides for a continental team as well. If you're tuning into Pro Cycling Stats, they give you a lot of information as we go along with the race. And Vinokurov is the oldest winner of the Olympic Games in road race history. He was 38 years of age. I remember that. It was a very weird time. It was very deflated in the UK. We thought Mark Cavendish was going to get Britain's first gold medal on the first day of competition, but that did not happen. Instead, Vinokurov won. If Valverde somehow manages to win today, he would become the oldest Olympic champion on the road, in fact. So that could be a big opportunity for him. As we see Greg van Avermaet, the reigning champion, drop from the peloton, we will have a new gold medalist. Who will it be, though?
It could stay within Belgium, that's for sure. And are they going to have 3 more years of Olympic success? And yeah, Jan Tratnik at the front. And oh yeah, sure. I actually do have a cap here signed by Greg Van Avermaet in that 5-year span he had as his reign. Of course, that's from the Yorkshire World Championships. He was just there in the shop, signing autographs, and we had just come out from a talk with I don't know who. I think it was the CCC women's team manager. Very interesting. And then, yeah, suddenly we were at the front of the queue with a queue of 40, 50 Belgian fans, which was very good to see in the middle of Yorkshire. But I digress. Jan Tratnik, of course, another friend of the channel. He's been on the channel as well. It's ever increasing that list now. But Thies Benoit, who hasn't been on the channel, is riding second wheel for Belgium and taking up that Greg Van Avermaet place that we had before. But we can see Pavel Sivakov moving up on the left-hand side as well. Poland up here as well. Poland has a very good generation of riders, that's for sure as well. You would say a golden generation. So many nations have a good crop of riders right now. And Michael, what's happening right now in terms of the peloton? They're controlling this gap now. It's reduced in the last 10 kilometers. It's reduced down quite a lot. Great to have you here, West B, as well. Great to have so many familiar names in the chat, of course. And yeah, if you haven't already, make sure to, well, like the stream and guess who you think is going to be the last rider to be out. Well, last rider to be caught. Maybe they won't be caught. Maybe we'll have the first gold medalist here. Great to have West B here. It's apparently 1 a.m. where you are. And yeah, I would have loved it to be 1 a.m. here instead of 7 a.m. But yeah, nonetheless, 9 minutes and 31 seconds, 98.3 kilometers to go. And yeah, you and the Polish team, Bodnar, Kwiatkowski, and Rafał Majka, of course. Very strong 3 set of riders. All of them, of course, have won Grand Tour stages as well.
Yep, a very, very strong team for Poland. Probably one of the 2016 was really in the prime of Poland's golden generation. Michał Kwiatkowski, Rafał Majka. Back then, we also had Michał Lash on the team. This time, it's still good. It's not quite the. I feel like Poland's golden generation is fading out to some extent. Stanislav Anielkowski is the only Pole I can think of that's coming through that might be able to break into the World Tour in the coming years. But it's still certainly a strong Polish team, and I think Kwiatkowski can probably surprise today. He's a very, very strong rider. He's been working for Ineos the whole of the Tour de France, but he was also one of the last teammates in the finale of a couple of stages, particularly on Mont Ventoux. So this could be a good day for Michał.
So let's continue our squad analysis that I only really put Italy up, but let's continue with the full team. And the Netherlands, that is an interesting team that we haven't spoken that much about. I'll just bring it up on screen. Of course, they've already lost one of their teammates, so they're down to 4. And that was courtesy of that weird track rule that we've got going on. But yeah, Ewan, the Dutch team, we haven't really mentioned them that much.
Yeah, we haven't mentioned them. They're in bright orange, but they've been under the radar so far. We saw Yuri Havik drop off earlier on, but elsewhere you have Tom Dumoulin, Wilco Kelderman, Bauke Mollema, and Dylan van Baarle. So it's a decent team. Trying to get a medal, I believe, with Dumoulin, but don't forget, Bauke has won a monument in the past at Lombardia. He took a Tour de France stage in Kion early this year. Dylan van Baarle as well is a good climber and all-round teammate, as we see. Ooh, is this Omar Fraile? Dropping number 15? Number 15 is Gorka Izagirre. Sorry, Gorka Izagirre really struggling at the back. Oh, no, it is Omar Fraile. Okay, the start list I have has incorrect numbers. So Omar Fraile struggling towards the back of the peloton alongside one of the riders from Luxembourg. That would be Michel Rees, who rides for Trek Segafredo, I believe. Number 112 as well for Japan is at the back of the peloton. That's Yuki Arashiro and Nariyuki Masuda. No Beppu this year. He is, of course, a Japanese rider who I believe still rides on the World Tour.
Christian is asking, hope you're both well. Yeah, we're just very tired. Is Ewan on the Bucks Fizz in his suit? Any chance of the GB team despite G's crash? One rider that we've been talking about is Adam Yates, who of course didn't go to the Tour de France, but has been phenomenal this year, to be honest. He rode toe-to-toe almost with Tadej Pogačar in the UAE Tour earlier in the year. Okay, that is quite far away now. But he, of course, also won the Vuelta a Catalunya and looked very, very strong there, but didn't go to the Tour de France. And in hindsight, that was probably a mistake. He is going to the Vuelta, we believe. If he's not, then it's absolutely a waste of signing him. But Ewan, do you think Adam Yates could do something here? I think he's the Yates brother who won San Sebastian back, when was that? 2014.
Yeah, it was, I think, definitely a big rider to look out for. Was very, very prominent in his early days. I always get the Palmares of Yates, the Yateses mixed up, especially in the early days, when they sort of molded into one in my head. But I think Adam and Simon, they're here. Simon Yates crashed out on the road to Carcassonne, so I don't know if he'll really be in contention today. And thank you very much, Christian, for giving me the idea of having Bucks Fizz. I don't actually have any on me right now, but that would be a brilliant thing to wake me up right now. Finding it a little bit difficult to stay awake right now. At least the sun is up, so I know it's daytime. Nevertheless, don't forget to let us know. Don't forget to let us know where you're tuning in from, and who you are supporting today. More Olympic Games is happening all around Japan right now. A lot of excitement for the games here. To some extent, many people don't even want the race to happen. 50 or so percent of Japanese people don't want the Olympic Games to even be on Japanese shores this year, but it's gone ahead, and we're certainly enjoying it right now. I can finally see Italy. The pink helmet Caruso as well up there. Nibali, I can also see, are they working for Nibali? He's last in line for them. I think that would be a mistake, but Nibali is there. Also on that roster is Gianni Moscon, who has a very good chance of success today.
Okay, we got a request. Great to have you here, Lucas Brown as well, Sep, and yeah, we had a request to talk about Colombia, and yeah, I'll bring up the team as we've done before already. We currently have the team of the Netherlands on screen, but yeah, in terms of, we mentioned this before, oldest winner was Vinokurov. It's just a stat that came up, courtesy of Pro Cycling Stats. But I'll bring Colombia up. Of course, they've got. I think they were all at the Tour de France, really. Yeah, they were
Yep, they
all.
were.
Yeah, they were all at Tour de France. So all fresh or whatever you want to have it. Of course, haven't really tasted Olympic success as a nation, but yeah, Omar Friele, one of the riders that was spoken about potentially being a dark horse, is spat out the back now, and that's a surprise.
Yeah, I said for Fraile would be one of the better riders for Spain, but what do I know? I know nothing. Um, and yeah, it looks like they are going to have to go for Valverde. Um, whether that works or not, we'll find out. If he wins, though, that would be quite the narrative for him and for Spanish cycling, of course.
I
We'll
mean,
wait and see
his
how that goes.
Innsbruck's win was an amazing feat as well. No one really thought he was going to win it there. I always remember the French team just absolutely, yeah, they messed that up for sure, riding for Julien Philippe instead of Romain Bardet, who eventually finished second. But nevertheless, we promised to talk about Colombia. Colombia, Esteban Chavez finishing 13 at the Tour de France. Sergio Guita wasn't really anywhere at the Tour this year, but potentially he was just resting up, of course, working for Rigoberto Urán. Nairo Quintana, nowhere as well. Tried to get the polka dot jersey, but couldn't quite do anything. And then, of course, Rigoberto Urán, who had an absolutely woeful couple of last few stages and completely sank. And yeah, Ewan, how do you rate the Colombians' chances at this year's Olympics?
Uh, I don't know.
That's a no.
Yeah, I feel like a broken record, but I feel like Colombia aren't going to do anything as a team. In terms of the international squad, they've not tasted success um, at all, really. In this golden generation, Uran is the last person to get an international medal for Colombia on the world stage, and that was in 2012 from that bizarre breakaway. This is Christopher Juel Jensen out the back. So Christopher's done for today. So if you're tuning in from Ireland or from Denmark, then you've lost your man. He's out the back.
Yeah, so there's a few mentions of riders in the chat, and I have to be the bearer of bad news that unfortunately none of them are here present in the race. Egan Bernal and Julien Philippe for different reasons. But yeah, Egan Bernal was an unusual one. I think he just maybe didn't fancy the flight. Danny Martinez, of course, one of you mentioned, has not recovered from COVID. And Egan Bernal, of course, suffered from COVID as well. But yeah, riders are getting spat out the back now. And Estonia rider, 95. And is that
That's
Taggart?
Peter Prus.
Oh, okay. How many riders have they actually got? They've got two. Ah, that's unusual. I don't actually know who this Peter Bruce is. Of course, Estonia, they have a number of good riders. One of them, of course, is here, Tangal Kangat. But yeah, not the rider I would have thought they've gone with. Ryan Tyremare, of course, I would have thought they would have picked him instead. But I'm not the coach of the national team in Estonia. But Jan Tratnik still at the front.
Yeah, well, Peter Prus is probably going for something else. He's former European champion at the marathon event in mountain biking.
That's probably
Now
why he's.
a road rider as such, 32 years of age. He's won the Tour of Borneo in 2015 and yeah, retired from the road. He actually served a suspension. I wonder why. Between 2014 and 2015. It probably rhymes with performance in schmarting schmugs. But I'll say that quietly. Nevertheless, Arashiro is being quiet at the back of the peloton. Esteban Chavez has some fans at the side of the road. I just saw that. Colombians are everywhere, I swear to God. Bogota Airport must have some really good transportation links to anywhere with cycling events. At the back of the peloton right now, you can just see the style of number 111. That looks like, sorry, number 11, which is Benoît Cosnefroy, and Rémi Cavagna as well at the back of the peloton. And finally, it's time for Giulio Ciccone to put up the pace. Italy have arrived, and it's time for them to go. It's Ciccone, who could have been a dark horse for success, but instead they're working for their leader. Is it Bettiol? Is it Nibali? Is it Caruso? Is it Moscon? That is the question. But Ciccone currently putting on the pace, and this is the pace injection that could be the end of the road for many of the riders. Number 114 is it's a rider from Rwanda. Okay, I thought it was one of the Colombians, but there we go. The gap now down to 7 minutes.
Yeah, who are they working for? I've just seen that I haven't updated the race situation, so I'll make sure to do that. Of course, 94.7 kilometers, and now we've got Italy taking up control, and Italy, of course, haven't won the gold since 2004 with Paolo Bettini. Of course, the absolute classic superstar, if you will, and also a former world champion. What are we saying here? Dennis is saying, "Oh, well, you're talking to each other. I won't intrude or eavesdrop or whatever." But yeah, the lead has already come down to 7 minutes now, so that injection of pace has really just dropped the deficit they have to the breakaway, and it's really shedding riders at the back. I think it was the Rwandan rider going out the back there, but Ciccone here really just showing the difference between world tour riders and amateur riders at this moment in time.
Yep, Zdeněk Štýbar off the back.
Amateur riders.
Poor Zdeněk, what's he been doing all year? But of course, he's now out the back for the Czech Republic. Fluent Dutch speaker as well is Zdeněk Štýbar.
Should hope so.
But at the front of the peloton, Tish Benoit and Giulio Ciccone. So we see a South African go out the back. Looks like one of the riders who might ride for UAE. They had the Met helmet on. Yes, Ryan Gibbons out the back. Ryan Gibbons has
African
been quiet
champion.
since he moved teams.
African champion in time trial and the road.
There you go. Well, he's not going to become Olympic champion. Eduard Sepulveda as well out the back. He used to ride for Bretagne, now rides for Movistar, I believe, from Argentina. Spanish-speaking country in Latin America, known for its very, very close ties to Italy, however, culturally. And right now it's the Italians putting on the pace, and it's Giulio Ciccone from the north. Not from the north. He's from Abruzzo in Italy, just pushing on the pace. Number 77 out the back. Is that Guillaume Boivin? Number 77. It is Guillaume Boivin, alongside number 10 for France, Rémi Cavagna. So there we go. Two bigger engines off the back. Giulio Ciccone making it matter now.
Yeah, riders really getting shed here after that injection of pace. And yeah, just trying to keep up with the comments as well, of course. Anyone think the Shark has a shot? I think he always has a shot. Well, he's getting a bit... His teeth aren't as sharp as they used to be, unfortunately. But yeah, we're also getting questions. Where is Richard Carapaz? Richard Carapaz we haven't seen, so no news is good news in road cycling at this stage of the race. And what's going on with the Colombian, Otto is saying. We had Nairo Quintana had a bit of a bike change. Thank you, CH. Thanks for being here as well. And is that the Polish rider? No, it's Japanese rider that was just dropping off the back. And 64 is dropping out the back as well. And yeah, at the front we're getting a lot of gurning, and we can see Wout van Aert at the front with Remco Evenepoel on the wheel of Remco Evenepoel is Tadej Pogačar.
Yeah, so Ilnur Zakarin, number 64 out the back for Russia, but not officially Russia. Ciccone pushing on right now, and you can just see a number of riders coming towards the front. Theo Gegenhardt, because he's so well drilled with the Ineos thing that he thinks he has to come to the front to work for his leader. The Yateses are in that group. I just finally caught a glimpse of Joao Almeida looking good at Remco Evenepoel as well up here towards the front. This lead has been shed a lot. We're down to 5 minutes and 50 seconds away. It's looking good, and Ciccone is bringing Italy to the forefront of this race, and I think we might be seeing the Azzurri potentially with a medal at the end of the day. Sorry to Murad, Azerbaijan have lost their rider. He was dropped earlier on. Guatemala been dropped. Yes, Colombians have not been dropped yet. Otanasa, Sophia asking where Pogacar is. Pogacar is right up there in the front of the peloton, and it's just hotting up now.
Great to have so many of you here. Remember to hit the like button if you haven't already, so we can try and beat our record from the Tour de France, 361. And if you haven't already, it's limited time now for the breakaway at the front. Who's going to be the last man to finish? But number 19 just getting dropped here as well. Alejandro Valverde, I think it is.
It is.
Alejandro Valverde.
It's Bala. Yep. Well, he and Fraile swapped race numbers. And Valverde out the back right now. And, 42 years of age, cannot sustain the pace right now. You can see the Belgians all waiting here for Wout van Aert. And Remco Evenepoel. Remco still up here with Tish Benoit. This group's shattered right now. You can see a Kazakh rider towards the back. It might be either Lutsenko or the rider from, it might be Promsky as well. Attila Valter is struggling. Jan Tratnik is at the back. He, of course, finished second at the Monte Tonkolan this year, as well as winning a Giro stage last year. Rybashenko is still here as well for Belarus. Also in this group, another rider from Spain, looks like the style of Izaguirre. So Spanish hopes dashing, and they did all that work at the start of the stage for nothing. Shocker.
We were getting questions. I think it was Ben that was asking about Mike Woods and what's the chances of Mike Woods. Of course, we alluded to it before, the Innsbruck World Championships where he finished third, which was not completely the same finish, of course, but it did finish after a descent. And the big question here for many of the riders, have they even recovered from a very hard Tour de France as well? Many of the riders were, of course, involved in crashes. So that's a factor. But 87.6 kilometers, and this lead has absolutely just vanished. 5 minutes and 19 seconds. And right now, 41% of you who voted in the poll think that Yuri Sagan, the brother of Peter Sagan, is going to be the last rider to be caught by the peloton. But yeah, this injection of pace by the Italian riders has really been phenomenal. And Theo Gegenhardt is the second rider in this peloton now, sandwiched between two Italian riders, and the front one is, of course, riding for Trek Segafredo in his trade days, and that is Giulio Ciccone. But they're now just easing up and looking at each other. Who's going to do the work here? Who's made it into this first selection from the elite riders, you would say?
Well, from the depths of the Occitanie in France, it looks like Pavel Sivakov for the unofficial Russian team is at the front right now. He has the rider from Colombia. Looks like Rigoberto Urán working for him. Now you can just see all the riders throwing away their bags. And for many people who don't usually watch cycling and watching the Olympics right now, they'll be fascinated to see the dynamic of the race and throwing the feed bags around, doing their kind of thing. As we just see Ciccone come back to the front of the race. Theo Gegenhardt second wheel. Caruso in third. As a little break just got away there. But Sivakov injected the pace there for unofficial Russia.
Christian is saying here, yeah, it's quite surprising that James Knox and Hugh Carthy weren't actually selected instead of the crash-prone Geraint Thomas, if you will.
Yep, definitely. I don't understand why Geraint Thomas is. Yeah, I just don't want to talk about it anymore. I'm tired of talking about Geraint Thomas crashing. It happens every day now. But there we go. Pavel Sivakov towards the front. If you're wondering why we're talking about unofficial Russia, it's because Russia as a nation is currently serving a doping ban for their involvement in state-run doping for 2 years. So in Olympic events for the next 2 years, Russian athletes are not allowed to compete under the Russian flag. So you'll see them compete clean athletes compete under a new Olympic committee, which is definitely unique for a nation. I don't think I've ever seen this one before. But we can just see the breakaway pushing on now. Only 5 minutes for them. In case you all forgot who they are, it's Nick Dlamini, Michael Kukula,
Good point.
Juraj Sagan, Polychronis, Totsakis, and Luis Aular.
In terms of where is Roglic, he is near the front, of course, with that Slovenian team. But 5 minutes and 5 seconds now for that front group. 86 kilometers left now. And what are we saying here? Super Tug, legal or illegal? It's definitely illegal still, unfortunately, because apparently that's dangerous, but other things are not. Yeah, we have crossed the 300 mark. So if any of you haven't already, let's try and get to 400. Our record is 429, and that was at the Giro stage last year, this year on the penultimate stage, the last stage actually. And I'll just make sure to update the race situation as well. But the Italian team really showing their teeth here. And yeah, Bruno's asking, is Remco Evenepoel working for Wout van Aert?
I think so for the time being, but we'll have to wait and see what's happening. It's going to be difficult for Remco. I still think he's recovering somewhat. He's not up to the invincible Remco strength yet, but only time will tell. It's 7 o'clock here in the United Kingdom. It's 3 p.m. over in Japan right now. And it's currently the men's road race at the 2020 Olympic Games. Of course, Tokyo 2020, another summer Olympiad here. And currently on my coverage, we have panned back to get a recap of the other events going on right now. So, Scott, you're going to have to guide us through this as I take the time to make a coffee. So just wake up my brain.
But yeah, anyways, it's not deja vu for us. Jan Tratnik has returned to the front, even though it looks like he was going to be spat out the back by that surge that we got from the Italian team. But yeah, he's well and truly at the front here, working for the two superstars, of course, Primoz Roglic, Tadej Pogačar. Which one of them are they working for? Are they just going to let them play out on the road and let the strongest one, of course, take the gold medal potentially? Of course, Slovenia has never taken a gold medal in the Olympics, and Slovenia as a country is quite young as well. So that is, of course, one of the reasons why they probably haven't taken it. But what are we saying here? Hey, do you know any website? Yeah, basically for coverage, we're watching the GCN app. But yeah, it's all down to geo restrictions as well. I thought they were going to put it out on YouTube, the Olympics, because they did that last time. But yeah, but the Slovenian team are at the front now, Jan Polonc and Jan Tratnik. So the two Jans at the front. And that lead is under 5 minutes now. Only under 4 minutes and 58 seconds now. So a lot more controllable now than it was earlier. Only 18 kilometers ago, it was all the way up to 12 minutes. So they've taken a big chunk out here, that's for sure. And Lisa's saying Nairo Man is doing Nairo Man things. Yeah, Nairo, of course, hasn't been the same rider since 2013, 2014. Of course, he's won 2 of the 3 big Grand Tours, but it's not really been the same. Great to have you here, Alex Sander back. And great to have you here, RJ from India as well. And yeah, I'd love to see more competitive racing, or like more development in cycling in terms of China and India. Of course, 2 huge markets in terms of sport, but for whatever reason, the World Tour hasn't touched. Well, okay, China it has, but not with that much success. Of course, the youngest rider we have today is Wang from China, and he's 21 years old, so maybe he can be a star of the future. And yeah, I'll just make sure to reply to you guys as well. Peloton. But yeah, it's true. I haven't actually seen Roglic either. We've seen pictures of Tadej Pogačar, but there's been no pictures of Roglic. So if anyone's seen Roglic, make sure to let us know. And yeah, the Italian team, their little surge that took a lot of the advantage out they haven't really dictated the pace at the front. They've kind of just relinquished it, just injected a bit of pace. Maybe they were falling a bit of sleep because they were still on European time, like we are, unfortunately. But what are we saying here? Have you ever seen the roads in India? Oh, okay, yeah, fair enough, Tristan. Yeah, I have heard of some roads in India, but I don't know. Yeah, you know what I mean. It's a country of more than 1 billion people. So, in order to get professional cyclists, you need to have some kind of vehicle to promote it. And of course, in China, they had the Tour of Beijing and now the Tour of Shanhuan or I can't pronounce it. Huan Shui, I think it is. But XB is saying Nairo total mid packer. Yeah, Nairo Quintana didn't have a great Tour de France as well. He said before he was going to go for polka dot jersey. That didn't quite turn into reality. He did wear it though, but he had very unusual tactics for one on the Mont Ventoux stage. Of course, didn't go in the breakaway, even though he tried with Julian Philippe. And no, Julian Philippe isn't in this race, of course, opting to instead stay with his newborn. But 79 kilometers, they're even taking time out here on the descents, 4 minutes and 44 seconds. And Belgium are the team at the front. Is that Wout van Aert at the front of the race right now? It looks like Wout van Aert. And we got Kasper Asgreen up here. Kasper Asgreen riding for Denmark. And yeah, of course, Kasper Asgreen took that absolutely amazing win in the Ronde van Vlaanderen. I was listening to a podcast yesterday about that, Danish podcast, and yeah, absolutely incredible that he managed to drop Wout van Aert and, of course, out sprint Mathieu van der Poel when it came to the finish. Mathieu van der Poel looked like he just mistimed the sprint completely, and unfortunately, his superstardom probably got the better of him in terms of leading out. But anyways, if we just take a look at our poll, the poll, of course, right now is still active because we still have that breakaway out at the front. 77.9 kilometers to go, 4 minutes and 38 seconds. And you guys, as a collective, think that Yuri Sagan, the brother of Peter Sagan, is going to be the final rider to be caught by the Peloton. We'll have to see. Well, when they actually do get caught, that break lead is absolutely just bleeding away now. But at the back, we can see, is that Geraint Thomas? Nairo Quintana is at the back with number 37, riding for Colombia, and Colombia, of course, don't have their star rider right now, and that is, of course, we all know who that is, Egan Bernal, the defending Giro d'Italia champion, and of course the 2019 Tour de France champion. But yeah, it's a shame for Alejandro Valverde. He's not going to take the win here, and we've got a split in the peloton as well. It potentially isn't going to be anything too nervous here because it's quite a short gap, but we are getting closer to our next climb as well, and of course we have two climbs. One of them we've already been up, the Kakosaka Pass and the Mikuni Pass as well. So the Mikuni Pass is, of course, the harder of the two. But yeah, the 5-man group up in front, they still have a lead. It's just bleeding away still. We've just lost another 24 seconds in the last couple of minutes. So 4 minutes and 19 seconds now. And yeah, not good for this breakaway to stay away. And yeah, Mathieu van der Poel is getting mentioned here. He isn't doing the race. He is, of course, doing the Monday mountain bike race. And, of course, I'll be back for that with Jack, not Ewan, unfortunately. Ewan doesn't want to talk about mountain biking. So we are going to get the...
I'm just too ignorant for it.
You're
That's
back.
why.
There we go. We're going to get the preview up later, actually, after this stream, I think. So, yeah, we're taking a bit of a tangent in form of... We've only really looked at... bit of cyclocross and mostly mountain bike, mostly road cycling. So it's going to be a new feat for us as well. Great to have you here, Mr. Silva, as well. And yeah, Ewan, great to have you back as well.
Yeah, well, hello everybody. You can't see me right now, but I'm currently enjoying a cafetiere in the morning. Not usually done on stream. We usually stream from roughly 1 to 2 p.m. onwards our time. So this is definitely the earliest we've ever done this. But you know what? It's working out so far. It's currently though British Broadcasting is not showing the race on television, so I'm still in the dark. But it sounds like there is certainly a lot of action going on right now as they take the descent of Mount Fuji.
Yeah, 4 minutes and 19 is all that they have now, and yeah. Gone through three saying you will know more than the chat. I think that's alluding to the mountain bike event. But Jessica saying you're missing a handsome Pete, alluding to Peter Sagan, of course. And Ricky just informing us we are on 335 likes, and of course next up is 350. So if you haven't already, we got 740 viewers across the globe, of course, which is absolutely amazing. So if you haven't already, please hit the like button and subscribe to the channel. Of course, we appreciate every single one of you. And what are we saying here? The way that things looks, Pogacar is going to get the gold in swimming, marathon, and triathlon as well. Tadej Pogacar, of course, had an absolutely imperious Tour de France this year. And a few of you informed us that, yeah, he basically won it in the first week. Of course, you can't win it in the first week. You can lose it. But in hindsight, he won it in the first week, of course. And yeah, Jan Tratnik is ever close to the front again, 74.7 kilometers to go. And the small split we had is the Peloton have become all together now. And what are we saying here? I hope Colombia gets a medal, but Pog is not human. Yeah, we'll have to see if Colombia can do something. Of course, their last medal, as we've alluded to before, was in 2012. But interestingly, now we're getting Kasper Eskren, the Tour of Flanders winner, up near the front here. Who are Denmark working for? That's very interesting to think. Kasper Eskren, of course, a very strong rider in his own right. I was listening to a podcast with him actually. He hasn't appeared on our channel yet, but that will soon change, I hope. And he was
Problems for Giulio Ciccone. He's back in the team car.
You've got pictures. Good.
Yeah, there we go. We're back. I also think I'm like a couple hundred meters ahead of you.
Okay, fine.
So there we go. Giulio Ciccone back at the car. Yeah, Kasper Asgreen was at the front talking to Tish Benoit of Belgium. Belgium are currently running out of teammates, however. They've used up Benoit. They've used up a couple of their other runners. Haven't seen much of France so far. Haven't seen much of Portugal either. So I know many people are saying Almeida, and Olympic Games can throw up some surprise winners, and Almeida is probably up there with the more underdog choices.
What are we saying here? Yeah, Eskren, a lot of you like. Mathieu van der Poel or Wout van Aert, of course, there's only one of them here. Great to have you here, Hugo, as well. Great to have so many familiar names in the chat as well. Ricky's asking, in 18 hours or so, the Dutch women will dominate the female road race? Question mark? Yeah, for sure. The Dutch female team is absolutely incredible. Like, their generation is, yeah, if you think Pog Rog is amazing, look at the Dutch female team. They're just absolutely insane. But yeah, highest paid road cyclist isn't actually here representing the UK, and that is, of course, Chris Froome. Of course, had his Tour de France. He managed to complete it, which was good. And Gunther Free is saying he's rooting for Kasper because it's a cool name, Kasper Eskren. And yeah, how is how the number of riders chosen per nation? It's down to the riders, the nation results at the World Championships and the World Tour, I believe, as well. And Alex Dowsett, of course, got the second place time trial slot for the UK, but isn't actually selected for the time trial for the UK, which is a bit of a shame for him. I think we have something from Nodri from Uzbekistan. Correct me if I'm wrong. And Wesley is saying Bob is the voice of God in cycling. I would disagree. I think Rob Hatch is, but It looks like Valverde's back in the bunch, so any Valverde fans, don't worry, your master here is back, and yeah, we're getting ever closer to that next climb. And Ewan, what's in store for the riders coming up?
Well, this next climb is going to be one of the more decisive ones. This is the Mikuni Pass. It is 6 kilometers at a 10% average gradient. It's going to be tough after that. There's a little plateau before the Kagosaka Pass again, and we dive down to the International Speedway, which we will be visiting very soon. Number 80, of course, this looks like the figure of the breakaway rider. That is Michal Kukala. He's up here riding for the Czech Republic, who've never actually had a gold medal or any medal on the roads for the men's side. Nick Dlamini as well, the first Black South African to ever complete the Tour de France. He usually rides for Quebec and Next Hash. He had to pull out though of the Tour de France at Tignes. I love the paint job that they've done with his bike. It looks brilliant. The Rainbow Nation, as it's called, with the also going through a very difficult time at the moment politically and socially after the arrest of Jacob Zuma. That hasn't gone down well in the country. A lot of public disorder there. Nevertheless, number 116 for Venezuela, that is Orluis Aular. What can he do? He usually rides for Caral. And finally, Juraj Sagan of Slovakia. Sorry, Czech Republic and Slovakia. Not joined up anymore. But soon we will be on the International Speedway, where the Japanese Grand Prix has been held on 2 occasions. Back in 2008 is the last time. And Felipe Massa, in fact, has the lap record around this track.
Yeah, and just trying to keep up with all the chat as well. What are we saying here? Yeah, I wanted to watch this on GCN too, but no dice in Canada for that though. Oh, that's annoying. Probably flow riders or flow bikes or whatever they're called have the rights, unfortunately. And yeah, it's always really peculiar with the rights. So yeah, unfortunately, our hearts go out to anyone in Canada watching, but you still have your chosen son, Mike Woods, in the peloton. 4 minutes and 35 seconds. Jan Tratnik returns to the front, and now instead of having the Italians behind him, he's got the Poles. And he's got Bodnar, Mikhail Kwiatkowski, and Rafa Majka. And then on the back of those Polish riders, they have Tadej Pogacar. So Rafa Majka resuming his Tour de France duties for Tadej Pogacar by riding in front of him.
Yeah, exactly. And Micah doing his job very, very well. For Pogacar, of course, they must be good friends now after spending a lot of time on the road together, of course. But at the moment, definitely the heat is getting up. Costa Rica's Andre Amador was at the back of the rider from Switzerland. I think it could be Stefan Küng towards the back. Also, number 20. Is that Geraint Thomas at the back? Is that number 21? I assume so. That would be Geraint Thomas. Is at the back of the peloton as well. The pace not quite as ferocious as it was before, but still a high pace nonetheless.
Yeah, 4 minutes and 36. So it's kind of stagnated the gap. Of course, that Italian effort we saw early on absolutely destroyed the gap, and now it's a lot more manageable than it was before. 12 minutes with I think it was just about 100 kilometers, and now it's only 4 minutes and 37 with 70 kilometers. So a lot more manageable. But yeah, if we just look back at our poll, of course, as well, who's going to be the last rider to survive the break, and you guys have said it's Yuri Sagan, and we have 678 of you voting there for the brother of Peter Sagan. I don't know how many of those votes are just purely by him being the brother of Sagan. And yeah, another that Voldemort name, as someone said, has Lance Armstrong ever competed in the Olympics? I think he has, but I could be wrong.
Yeah, he has.
Christine is saying just getting a black screen. I don't know what's going on with the GCN now because we've had trouble with it as well. So I think it's down to where you are as well. But I thought they said it was available to everyone. But Who knows? Who knows? We of course have nothing to do with GCN. We just enjoy their app. Of course, you're not using their app today.
No, no. I'm currently using the great British taxpayers service of the British Broadcasting Corporation, which is serving me well right now. I bring you news, everybody. If you're a fan of women's 49-kilogram weightlifting, we have some more medals in right now. It's Ji Hu of China gets gold ahead of Chanu Saikom Mirabai for India in second, and Indonesia get their first medal at the games from Windy Kantika Isa. So there you go. That's the result from weightlifting. China get their second gold medal of the games. So 2 out of 2 for China so far. I don't think they're going to win this one though.
Yeah, well, it'd be quite hard when you haven't got any riders in the front group anymore. I'm not sure if they do have anyone in the peloton. Um, what are we saying here? Yeah, well, you're helping each other with trying to find coverage, which is good. So helping each other out is fine as well. GCN app apparently doesn't work in some countries, so yeah, if you're finding, just read the chat if you're struggling to find coverage as well. About 4 minutes and 36 seconds, so it hasn't changed really. And what are we? Yeah, Lance is being mentioned as well. Harry, great to have you here from New Zealand. Really appreciate you tuning in. Let us know where. Auckland or Wellington is the only real two places I can think of. Of course, you still have George Bennett up here and Patrick Bevan potentially as well. But yeah, if you haven't already, make sure to hit the like button. We want to try and beat as a community what we did in the Giro d'Italia, 429. We're on 668 now. No, 368. And of course, we've beaten our Tour de France, I think. Yeah, we've definitely beaten our Tour de France. So, yeah, Ewan, the Polish team, they're looking to be up here as well. Australia, we haven't already spoken about. And who do you think is going to finish higher, the Australian or the New Zealand team?
I think New Zealand's going to win the Anzac battle this year with George Bennett of Jumbo-Visma, soon to be of UAE, we believe. If the transfer rumours are true. At the front of the peloton, still Jan Tratnik. It's a line of Polish riders as well, number 35. This looks like Sergio Higuita at the back of the peloton. So Sergio Higuita Garcia, to use his full legal name, is in the convoy looking for something. He would have been the favourite for me, but hey ho, there we go. There's something on his back. I thought he had a mullet for a second, but no, there's something on sort of attached to his collar. I don't really know what it is.
But yeah, the Slovenian team are of course taking control of this, and then have that unusual. Yeah, that is weird. What is that? Do you think maybe it's an ice pack just to cool down?
Yeah, that's a good shout. That is a good shout. But Higuita, probably their chosen son for the finale. Going back up to the breakaway, it is Nick Domini, Mikhail Kukula, Juraj Sagan, Polikronis, Totsakis, and Orluis Aular. They are getting close to the International Speedway, and they're not really living up to the name of Speedway right now. They're getting caught fairly quickly. But still, with 66k to go, they have 4.5 minutes.
Great to have so many of you here from different areas of the world. Getting Steve here from New Zealand, and I think we had someone from Texas as well. Texas. I saw Texas somewhere. Oh yeah, Bruce. Great to have you here, Bruce, and Steve, and everyone else, of course, as well. Is Joao Almeida still in the peloton? Well, yeah, the general rule with road races are if the favorite hasn't been shown on camera, that's good news. No news is good news. So we believe Joao Almeida is safe and well in the peloton.
Yeah, we believe everything is going to plan. As we get closer and closer, 5k to go marker there as they enter the circuit. Of course, host of the Japanese Grand Prix in the past. Last time we were here for a Formula One race, it was Fernando Alonso of Renault who took the victory in 2008. That was the year Lewis Hamilton took his first ever championship. back in 2008. And at the moment, we're getting closer and closer to the finale. Someone else mentioned the racetrack finish, and yeah, it looks pretty similar to Imola, doesn't it? Difficult climbs on the run-in, then uh, snaking round a racetrack. It's a unique finale to this race, but it also means that the crowds can be controlled very tightly. Even if this finale was planned a couple of years ago when we had the test event back in 2019, that was won by Ulisi that day. But yeah, it's an interesting finale to have it on this track. I'm not sure how I feel about it.
Yeah, race courses and cycling races seem to go hand in hand, and yeah, been used in many respects, and it's of course very easy for the organizers because you don't have to close a public road if you do it on a racetrack, well, part of a racetrack anyway. But anyways, it also makes for nice viewing as well. So yeah, a lot of you coming in with a lot of different countries coming in as well. Philippines, Texas, not a country, Scott. Kenya, Mozambique, Japan, China. Great to have everyone here. Make sure to let us know who you are supporting as well. California, a lot more glamorous places than I am right now in Bath. But the breakaway out in front, they still have 4 minutes and 20 seconds. Oh, whoa, 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 whoa. That feed nearly got messed up here. Was that the Slovakian rider? Not
I think
yeah,
so.
Yuri Sagan, I
That
think.
they're just going through the pit lane now of the racetrack and back onto the open roads again.
Yeah,
Yep,
nearly
that split up the
crashed.
group completely.
Nearly
But
crashed there. One of the Soigneurs nearly crashed into one of the other riders from the breakaway. That could have ended badly. Yeah, 382 likes. We're only 18 away from 400. So if you're sitting there listening, enjoying, sipping your coffee, not tired, make sure to hit that like button so we can get above 400. And yeah, very close to our record of 429. But Jan
well, I can.
Tratnik,
Yep, Tranik still putting on a pace, but we can finally see Tom Dumoulin do his thing at the front. Also, a rider from Switzerland there. Here she is in this group, but he looks quite uncomfortable right now. Here she usually doesn't look that laboured on the bike, but hey ho. That Swiss rider up there is Michael Scher doing a lot of the work for Hirschi. Just on the right hand side of the screen, just once again seeing a glimpse of Joao Almeida. Ireland as well. They have Dan Martin, who had a bit of a renaissance at Luzardiden during the Tour de France. Maybe Ireland could have a shot today with their man and with Eddie Dunbar for support. He's a very, very good rider. But currently at the moment, 64k to go. We haven't seen anyone make any crazy breakaways yet. Usually in the Olympic Games, it is a bit of a fiesta of attacks and little breaks. We see a lot of the World Championships as well, but we haven't seen it at the moment, just the traditional early morning breakaway. So there we go. It's a Greek rider, a South African, a Venezuelan, a Slovak, and a Czech rider all racing here in the breakaway as they make their way around the Fuji International Speedway. We're not finishing inside the host city. We're quite far away from the host city, in fact, dodging Tokyo. It's a shame. I thought it would have been cool to finish on the streets of Tokyo, but um, in that case, we would not have had a mountainous route. But nevertheless, Jan Tratnik taking them through. This part of the circuit is actually on an uphill, so it is quite difficult for the riders. Just seem to be as fast as well in this group. I haven't seen Max Schachmann in a long time either. He is nestled.
we just lost you in there for a second, courtesy of internet connection. But yeah, we got questions. Who is what are the strongest teams right now? Of course, Norway hasn't really. They've all been hiding in the wheels. We still have 63.6 kilometers left, and a lot of these teams holding their powder dry. And of course, remember, well, I'm gonna say it now. One of my favorite teams is the Russian team. Well, they're not really the Russian team, but the Russian riders riding under whatever the federation is called. They've of course got Vlasov, they've got Ilno Zakharin, and Pavel Sivakov. So three of the best Russian riders that we've had for a long time since Denis Menchov. But yeah, Jan Tratnik is still the rider leading out the front, and he's really earning his penny here. If he is even getting paid by the Slovenian federation. It's not like football. It's for cycling. It's very much you're trying to you're doing this to represent your nation. But 418 likes now, so we're 11 likes away from equaling the record. So not far now. I don't know if we've got Ewan back. Yep.
Yeah, it's not far now until we get into the proper nitty-gritty of this stage. 62k to go. The Mikuni Pass is what we are working towards. That comes with roughly 30k to go. That climb will kick off the finale and the final parts of this race. That's where we're going to see the attacks and big moves come. Nothing happened on Mount Fuji. We saw some people getting shed. Julia Chicane put up the pace, but at the moment the pace has been somewhat neutralized as we head around the International Speedway here on the slopes of Mount Fuji. Tokyo 2020, there's a gold medal on the line, an Olympic title, and national glory. If you win gold, you will go back home as a national hero. There are plenty of riders who maybe aren't appreciated quite so much by the nations yet. Mark Schachman, maybe David Gaudu, Michael Woods. If they were to get gold, they will become national heroes overnight. And for some, Tadej Pogacar, Primož Roglic, Wout van Aert, they would just become heroes in our sport and the mythical nature of cycling. But we'll soon find out who's going to enter the Hall of Fame at the Olympic Games. This break, we have 60k to go.
Lisa's asking, has anyone seen Dan Martin? Dan Martin, of course, did the Tour de France as well. Didn't really do that much, to be honest. I think he was mainly in support of Mike Woods and the rest of the team. Of course, Israel Stardom Nation had a bit of a lackluster Tour de France. But yeah, it looks like we have the record broken, so well done everyone. 434 likes, so we've surpassed our Giro d'Italia record, so well done guys. We still have a long way to go as well, and great to have Sarah here in the comments as well. But yeah, we've got the 5 riders still at the front on this amazing race course here in Japan.
Yep, there's still plenty of time on this course. Of course, there weren't supposed to be many fans at this Olympic Games. No spectators allowed. Initially, it was just no international spectators, and eventually they overturned that decision to just say no spectators allowed. It's hard to regulate that at a road race in open air, but at the moment on the Speedway, very empty, so they might not get the applause and fans that they're used to in Europe for the time being. But Jan Tratnik has just taken them over the finishing line of the circuit. He's really putting on the pace. He's done a lot today, and Maciej Bodnar is waiting in second wheel just to finish off the job here for Poland and work for, we believe, Michał Kwiatkowski. But Mike has had really good legs over the past month or two at the Tour de France.
Yeah, and Micah right now, well, he was before. It looked like he was resuming his Tour de France duties by riding in front of Tadej Pogacar, and we've seen this plenty of times in the Olympic kind of situation. Is that you have teammates from different nations working for their trade teammates, because of course for the rest of the year they're of course riding for UAE Team Emirates, and it's only this one day a year that they're riding for the national team. Okay, they could also ride the World Championships, of course, but so yeah, who knows? We've had, I think it was that a World? I think it was a World where 2 British riders, they got in trouble because they were riding for the Italian team, national team, instead of riding for their own GB team, and they were paid a bit of money by the Italian Federation to ride for them. I can't remember his name. He's the guy who, I think he's the EF Education sports director. Oh, Charlie Vergelius.
Charlie
yeah, that one.
Vergelius, of course.
He was, of course, riding for Liquigas,
Yes.
and was, of course, not going to win any medals. So, yeah, why not? Why not just become a mercenary for one day? But yeah, never got selected again for his national team. And GB, of course, they've had a bit of bad luck already, and yeah, a crash with Geraint Thomas. But we have a very truncated peloton here. Well, not really, a somewhat truncated peloton. Kasper Eskain is still in there, the very strong Dane, and and of course the Ronde van Vlaanderen champion, but has won hilly stages, of course. And yeah, if you can recall, 2019 Tour of California, one of my favorite races, the Dane was actually up there mixing it with Tadej Pogačar.
Well, today it might is we'll have to find out. Just looking into the chat, great to see so many Greek fans. Of course, they have Polychronis Tortakis up here in the breakaway, and it could be a decent effort from him to put himself in a comfortable position to take that. Well, there's no super combative prize, but he's certainly getting enough TV time. We've spoken a lot about Greece today. So he's doing his job very well. Jan Tratnik is pushing on the pace, and with 60k to go, just making his way towards the front. I can see Andreas Leknesund and the rider Tobias Foss coming up on the side here for Norway. Also the Netherlands here for Tom de Milan, and Pronsky as well. Pronsky's going to try and move up Alexei Lutsenko for Kazakhstan, trying to get another Olympic gold. They, of course, took the gold in London on the Mall outside Buckingham Palace in 2012. Italy clustered here in the centre of the peloton, trying to move up. The British riders, the Yateses, they're somewhere nestled in this group as well, as the peloton just negotiates the exit of the Fuji Speedway. Oh, crash at the back. It's Slovenia. It's a Slovenian rider. Is this Tadej Pogačar on the ground? It looks like it is. And the man, the invincible Poggy, who he thought can never crash, has just done so. And Tadej Pogačar, when it just got funneled, has come down in an incident. Tadej Pogačar then is on the concrete. And here we go. Here's the replay. Where is he? He must be towards the front. No, he is not towards the front. In fact, he's at the back. Just clipped it. And Tadej Pogačar has crashed.
Yeah, that's not good, and this could see the end of Tadej Pogačar's Tour de France, or not Tour de France, Olympic bid. Of course, Jan Tratnik has just slowed it there as well.
Television is saying it's Jan Polanski, though.
Oh, okay. Yeah, it looked like number 7, so...
Yeah, it's okay. It's Jan Polanski, not Tadej Pogačar.
Good.
I do apologize. It's Jan Polanski, not Tadej Pogačar. There we go.
You're just making us all drop our hearts there for a second. And yeah, I think all Slovenian hearts also dropped there for a second.
Don't worry, everybody. And hopefully that doesn't tarnish my reputation as a commentator. But there we go. It's Jan Polanski, not Tadej Pogačar. I thought it was bizarre how we were so far down in the group. I thought for a protected rider, he'd be at the front, and Pogačar has a reputation for just not crashing. But there we go. Jan Polanski. My bad. I do apologize sincerely.
Yeah. Sorry about that, guys. Jan Polanski, and we just saw Geraint Thomas pulling out of the race as well. Of course, he crashed earlier. So 56.8 kilometers left. Jan Tratnik still at the front with the Polish team behind him. And yeah, 2 minutes and 38 seconds now is all that's between them and the breakaway. And yeah, Ewan might have caused a few of you just to spill your morning coffee, if you will, or afternoon coffee, or whatever. The global situation right now and time is gets past me right now. I don't even know what time it is in Japan or New Zealand or wherever. But yeah, Jan Tratnik at the front, and unfortunately that 4-man team just lost one rider, Jan Polanski, unfortunately. We'll have to see if he gets back into the peloton, but 2 minutes and 37 seconds with 56 kilometers to go.
Yep, there we go. Back rolling, 2 minutes and 32, and Geraint Thomas has, of course, pulled out. So Geraint Thomas not in a good position, but Pogačar in a safe position. Jan Polanski as well has just rolled away, and Slovenia lost a teammate there. But yeah, there we go. We can just see the rider from... That looks like Chris Nalons is moving towards the front. I haven't seen him in a while for Latvia. He rides for Israel Startup Nation. And moving up on the sides, Denmark as well, working for Jakob Fuglsang, we believe. Netherlands as well for Tom de Milan. Italy, probably from Moscon or Caruso, or maybe Bettiol as well, moving up and towards the head of affairs.
Cheska is just saying there, yeah, Thomas actually crashed harder in the Tour de France and still finished, and now he's pulling out. Maybe he only really sucks it up, if you will, if it's a 3 week race. But 2 minutes and 20 seconds is all that is left for the breakaway now, and yeah, getting very close to being swallowed up here. And in terms of our poll, 40% of you still believe that Yuri Sagan, the brother of Peter Sagan, is going to be the final rider to be caught by the breakaway. We nearly have 1,000 votes in that poll as well. We'll start a new poll as well when the breakaway is caught. So only 2 minutes and 20 seconds for them to get caught. And it looks like Yuri Sagan is, yeah, laboring a bit, that's for sure, in the front group.
Yeah. Yeah, not looking so comfortable. I think all these guys are just exhausted at this point. They've been out in the break in a 30-degree Celsius day, and they know it's futile effort now. 2 minutes now to the peloton with 54 kilometers to go. We got about 20k to go until we hit the final climb at the Mikuni Pass. Then we have a plateau, a little kicker, and the final descent to the line. But that's what's left. And Giulio Ciccone, finally now we see the attacks. Ciccone goes again. He came down in a crash earlier on the stage, but he's off the front right now. You can just see one of the Danish riders trying to... Oh, sorry, it's an Austrian rider trying to chase this one down. It looks like Gregor Mühlberger is trying to chase it. Greg van Avermaet, Omar Freile, and Chris Jensen back in the broom wagon right now. But Ciccone has attacked, and Ciccone looks good for this one.
Do you think
he has a gap? Ciccone has a gap, and this has forced the other teams to react. Italy playing all their cards. This is now Caruso. Damiano Caruso has attacked. Following him is Tish Benoit. Tish Benoit with Gregor Mühlberger trying to bring this one back. Jan Tratnik as well accelerating. And Damiano Caruso is now on the attack. First it was Ciccone, then they roll Caruso. Schachmann's making it towards the front with Emil Buchmann. So Germany just coming towards the fore for the first time. This is Andreas Leknesund out back. He's throwing up his hands right now, as we see Massey Bodnar as well go out the back with 54k to go. And the situation is finally changing on the roads.
Yeah, I mean, they need to start attacking some of... Well, actually, I would expect Russia to attack here, but we're not seeing that. But yeah.
Caruso again, and this brings forward a rider, maybe Remco Evenepoel or Mauri van Zevenant. It looks like it could be. It's van Zevenant, I believe, who's just taking this one down himself. The Belgian rider in the black helmet, and Mauri is trying to take this one down and neutralize the move. He's brought forward with him a rider in red, riding for maybe Austria. But Caruso and Italy really challenging. So I don't think Caruso or Ciccone will be their leader. It could be Bettiol, it could be Moscon. Moscon certainly has it within himself, as we just see a Dutch rider. It's a Dutch rider who's come towards the front, and it looks like Wilco Kelderman.
Yeah, you were saying in the preview that you didn't think Wilco Kelderman was the most aggressive rider, and we'll see if he can prove you wrong. Of course, finished top 5 in the Tour de France this year, previous winner of the Tour of Denmark, and finished on the podium in the Giro d'Italia last year. But yeah, Wilco Kelderman, he's going to be very interesting. And you can just see that the gap to the 5 men out in front is just disappearing now. And that's the result of these attacks. Huh?
Uri Sagan is done. He's off the breakaway, as is Nick Dlamini. So the 2 World Tour riders are going to get outdone by the other dogs. Who'd have thought? So it's going to be the other riders in the breakaway. Those riders are Michael Kukala, Polykronis, Totsakis, and Luis Aular. But at the moment, Wilco Kelderman, Caruso, and van Zevenant shakes his head. Van Zevenant saying, no, I'm not going to chase this one. And Belgium, they're just playing their cards with the Mauri. We thought he would be the guy that they'd send off, and they've just done that one. Wilco Kelderman looking around, wondering what he's going to do. They have Tom Dumoulin and Bauke Mollema in this peloton group to work for as their big favourites for a medal here in Tokyo. But the breakaway has exploded.
Yeah, we just saw sights of Greg Van Avermaet leaving as well, so he's abandoned the race. Who am I rooting for? I'm rooting for Denmark, of course. Jakob Fuglsang and Kasper Askein maybe can do something here, but Wilco Kelderman is looking very aggressive here. And yeah, like you said, the two World Tour riders getting dropped from the breakaway. That's quite impressive, really.
Yeah, this is a breakaway we thought would probably stay together and would be bossed by the World Tour engines, but obviously not. As we just see Gregor Mühlberger bring this one all back here for Austria. They're working for Hermann Pernsteiner and Pat Conrad. We were saying earlier that Austria had an interesting team, but they're showing it right now. A from the pool comes towards the 4. A from the pool, Dylan von Barle, and also Chris Nalons. Is Nalons going to be working for Tom Skoinch? We'll have to find out. But here we go. It's Remco o'clock, and he's brought across Eddie Dunbar. And now here comes the shark. Lo Squalo is going to try and close the gap down. And the youngster, the baby shark, no pun intended, is Remco Evenepoel. He's out front now, just attacking, challenging everybody for Belgium. So Von Sevenant and Evenepoel have rolled the dice. Who is their leader? It looks like Wout van Aert is certainly in that position right now.
Yeah, gold medal for Ireland. That would be very impressive. They, of course, haven't had much success on the international scene. The highest point was in 1987, where, of course, we'll recall Stephen Roach, the father of Nico Roach, completed his triple crown. But nonetheless, yeah, counterattack by Vincenzo Nibali.
Yeah, so it's 3 guys: Evenepoel, Dunbar, and Nibali. Is this going to work though? It's a strong group. Eddie Dunbar for me was one of the better engines in it, and finally he's unleashed from the Ineos shackles. And at the moment he's just pushing on and he's showing these guys what he's worth. And Ireland, well, they have Dan Martin in the group behind from Israel Startup Nation. That's his trade team, riding for Ireland, and certainly one of the bigger guys for them. Evenepoel as well for Belgium. Many people thought he'd end up in the podium, but at the moment, he's thrown everything out right now to attack and to maybe string this one out for Wout van Aert.
Yeah, and of course, as they're duking it out here, we still got that very hard climb coming up as well, Ewan. Can you just remind us how hard the climb is?
It's 6.8 kilometers and roughly 10% average gradients. It goes up to roughly 12% averages. 12% maximum slopes throughout the climb. It's steep. It's very, very tough, and it should be where this race is decided. However, we do have another pass after that, and then a lap around the circuit. But the lap around the circuit is actually going to be quite tough in and of itself. But Evenepoel, Nibali, and Dunbar now have a gap with 50k to go, and this is what we were waiting for: the attacks and these small little groups to come out and to push other teams to work towards gold.
Yeah, Venezuela. Ruben, are you from Venezuela? Great to have you here. Johan as well. And what are we saying? Yeah, 51 seconds now, 50.4 kilometers. So the lead's just absolutely evaporated from these series of attacks. And yeah, absolutely incredible. And great to see Eddie Dunbar up here really mixing it. And as Stuart said there, 21% max on that climb coming up. But yeah, next poll that we're getting is going to be which country is going to win. I think that's a very good poll. And we can, of course, only pick four options, so I'll have to be very selective. Sorry, France, you didn't make it. But yeah, Italy trying to move. Wait, did they get brought back here? I'm not quite sure. Or are they still out in front? Because I think it's the French and the Canadians are trying to make a counter move here. No, they haven't been brought back. They haven't been brought back. The newly formed trio, they're 48 seconds away from the breakaway up the front. And I'm not sure if those time gaps are correct because they seem like they're way more than 3 seconds away from the peloton.
Yeah, it's only a handful of seconds. I don't think it's a big gap. But they do have one nonetheless. 49.5
more than 10
kilometers
seconds.
to go. Nibali, I need them to pan back here for a second. Nibali, Dunbar, and Remco Evenepoel up here at the front right now. It's roughly 10 or so seconds in. Roughly 10 or so. And in a comfortable position right now for those guys. Can they hold this gap to the end, though? That is the question. My answer would probably be no, but we'll find out.
Yeah, I'm just gonna start the new poll, but yeah, okay, it's not that much the gap actually. We've just shown a helicopter shot here, 5 seconds potentially, but Kazakhstan are moving up here as well. The Dutch riders are here, Australia moving up, and yeah, is that Austria or is it Denmark? Yeah, I think it's Denmark. I think it's a Canada. Yeah, it's Denmark. Of course, the Danish and the Austrian kit look similar, which is a bit annoying. But the French team are up here as well, as we get another rider dropped at the back, and that is thankfully the Greek rider. And I say thankfully because I didn't actually include him in our poll early on because we only were limited to 4 spaces. So it's the Czech rider and the Venezuelan rider duking it out for honors of being the last rider out in front. But it looks like our trio are going to get brought back here.
Yeah, but here we go now. Kazakhstan putting on the pace. Is this Lutsenko himself, or is it one of his teammates, Gruzdev or Pronsky? That is the question. Just following on is number 11 for France. It looks like it could be Benoit Cosnefroy behind. Wilco Kalderman still waits in the wheels with Dylan von Baarle. And everyone is back together. Yeah, it's not Lutsenko, it's Gruzdev, we believe, who is putting on the pace now. Lutsenko looks safe in the group as Benoit Cosnefroy just pushes on and tries to up the pace. Is this for David Gaudu? Maybe on the final climb? But the rider from Age des Citroën had a fairly disappointing Tour de France. Actually, a very disappointing Tour de France. They got a 4th place overall, but in terms of his personal efforts, nothing to write home about, indeed. So the last rider in the breakaway will be either a Czech or a Venezuelan, Michal Kukala or Aular or Luis Aular. Will it be Venezuela or the Czech Republic? There's no combativity prize, but it's just a battle between you guys' expectations.
Yeah, so new poll up now. So which country do you think will win the gold? Of course, limited to 4, so unfortunately can't really do anything about that. But yeah, how did it? I'm not even sure. Did it actually load up? Yeah, it did load up. There we go. But anyways, less than 49 kilometers to go now, and a very interesting dynamic happening on the road, and we'll see what actually happens there. The Dutch are trying to move up here as well. Of course, they've got no rider up front, and we can see what went out here. And Tadej Pogačar has moved, well, fallen a bit down the peloton. He was sitting around in the top 5 positions, but yeah, not there anymore. So the defending Tour de France champion has just about fallen down the bunch a bit, unfortunately.
Yeah, we can see a number of riders here. Tratnik down at the lower half. Theo Gegenhardt really struggling. And at the moment, the race, I don't think we've seen the favourite come to the fore yet. We're waiting on Schachmann. We're waiting on Pogačar.
I think the break has just been
Roglic,
brought
and so
back.
forth.
The break's just been brought back. So the Venezuelan rider was the last one to be brought back.
There you go. So if you said the Venezuelan, you are the winner. Number 63 at the back here, it is one of the riders from unofficial Russia. This is that is Alexander Vlasov right at the back of the group. That's interesting. But at the moment, Benoit Cosnefroy with Kenny Elisande on his wheel from Trek Segafredo usually. Of course, all the brands, well, a lot of the brands have had to be covered to coincide with Olympic rules. But the bike brands are still there for some reason. They are allowed to be shown, whilst any other sponsorship or any other equipment has to have its name covered for brand and sponsorship purposes. But going around the track yet again, it does include an uphill.
Guys, if you've asked a question and I miss it, just write it again because I might have missed it because of just write it again if I missed it. I saw someone ask. I saw someone say, "Am I Danish?" Yes, I'm very Danish. What are we saying here? Are these amateurs handling out musettes? Yeah, it seems like it. They're not very good. It might be It might be just people from the federation as well. So unfortunately, we nearly had an accident before with the breakaway riders. But yeah, we see the riders here just tanking up, if you will. But what are we saying as well? Have they started the climb net? No, they're still on the race course, and unfortunately, we have no breakaway out in front anymore. So it is just this very elite peloton right now. Well, it's quite big still, but 48 kilometers to go. That's all that separates these riders and the podium of 3 gold medals at this year's Olympics.
Well, 3 medals, not necessarily all gold. One gold, one silver, one bronze. Who is going to be wearing the golden bike for the next three? Who's going to be riding the golden bike for the next 3 years? Yes, only 3 years until Paris 2024, when we finish on the Champs Elysees there. 2 Champs Elysees finishes in 1 week. That's going to be quite the feat, isn't it? But here we go. Right now, you can just see riders making their way to the front of the peloton. Some taking a final nature break. There, I think, is Michal Kwiatkowski just using the time to have a quick wee. As the Netherlands come towards the front for Tom Dumoulin. I'm intrigued to see what they're going to do. They also have Bauke Mollema as well. Two very, very good classics riders. But which one is the chosen son? Looking back into the group, France moving up for David Gaudu, the 24-year-old Le Petit Prince de Bretagne. Right from the north of the country. Lutsenko as well, nestled in a good position. Looks like Guillaume Boivin, I believe, is trying to bring up Michael Woods towards the front of affairs for Canada. Tish Bernard's trying to move Wout van Aert up on the left-hand side of the picture. And I think Belgium have just lost control of this race a little bit as France now take control.
We saw, we got a question from, was it Kevin Jack's Vlogs? Yeah, Kevin Jack's Vlogs asking, please comment on Nibali. How strong is he right now? Of course, we saw him cover the move or instigate the move early on, but unfortunately back in the pack. So was that just wasted effort? And do you think the shark from Messina can potentially bite today?
No, I think Italy have plenty more cards to play, which is why they sent him up the road earlier on. Let's see how Bettiol goes. Let's see how these other riders go. Once Bettiol's on a good day, he's unstoppable. Maybe it will happen today for Italy. We haven't seen him attack so far. We've seen Ciccone, we've seen Caruso, and we've seen Nibali all go on the attack. And still waiting is Bettiol and Moscon. So we'll see how they react to the Mikuni Pass for the final time as we just make our way around the Speedway. France at the head of affairs right now. You look out for number 13 for them. That's David Gaudu, who usually rides for Groupama Française des Jeux. He will be riding alongside a number of riders, including Guillaume Martin, but I don't think it's going to be Guillaume's day today. Austria moving towards the front. They have Patrick Conrad and Hermann Pernsteiner to go for glory right now. Belgium just lining up on one side of the road with Mauri von Saven onto Remco Evenepoel and their leader, Wout van Aert. It's currently 19 minutes past 4 in Japan right now. We've been riding for the last 4 or 5 hours of the stage. It's been a long all day in the saddle, and it's about to reach its climax very, very soon.
Yeah, getting very close to that Minkuni Pass, and for sure, do you think this is where the race-winning move's going to happen?
Yep, I think this is where it's going to happen, and definitely some key decisive moves go off the front right now. Moving towards the front of the peloton then is Canada. They're working for Michael Woods of Israel Startup Nation. I don't know what you guys are expecting of him, but he might be in top 10 at the end of today. Also, Germany just moving towards the front. They've got Niki Assant to move Maximilian Schachmann towards the front of the peloton, the rider from Berlin in the capital of Germany. Australia as well. They've got Richie Porte, if you want to count him as a favourite. Of course, he crashed in 2016 at the Rio Olympics. Really heavy crash there. So did Nibali. He crashed on that course too. So we'll wait and see what they can do on the Tokyo course. But we've just made our way over the start-finish line now. And we're getting closer and closer to the pass. It's not far away now, right on the horizon. Gino Merda comes towards the front with Mark Hirschi as well for Switzerland. The Swiss searching out their first medal since Fabian Cancellara in 2008. But Is it going to be a medal today with Mark Hirschi or Gino Meda? We'll have to find out very, very soon as the riders exit the Speedway.
Yeah, Patrick, apparently your laptop just crashed. We can all sympathize with that in the heat as well. And yeah, as CH said, when they start the Mikuni Pass, they've got 203 kilometers in their legs. So definitely going to be some lactic acid build up there for sure. What are we saying as well? Where is Slovenia? Slovenia did have take charge of the peloton before, but yeah, we think that Richie Porte is still in here. Italy are getting to the front now, taking it up. And is that Damio Caruso on his Merida bike, leaning his? Well, it looks like he is. So we got Damio Caruso, Giulio Ciccone, Vincenzo Nibali, and then Alberto Bettiol. And the Italians looking to do something here. Can they actually do what many Italian teams have failed and be united and get a victory?
I think so. This Italian team, they all know each other. They're quite similar ages. Ciccone, Bettiol, of course, roughly the same age. They would have ridden youth races together. Gianni Moscon as well, similar age or so to Bettiol. The Caruso and Nibali have been teammates for years. So they are obviously familiar with each other. Two Sicilians as well. And this team is really eclectic in the regions of Italy it's from. We've got someone from Florence, Abruzzo, Sicily as well. But Moscon is the last rider in line for them. So that implies that Gianni Moscon will be their leader today. But we'll wait and see. 40 kilometers to go. We're getting closer and closer to the Mikuni Pass and where this race could be decided.
Yeah, that is definitely where we're going to see some fireworks, we hope, and potentially we can see Tadej Pogacar do what he did at the World Champs last year and just open up for an attack. And Primoz Roglic, we're still wondering where he is. Have you seen him, Ewan?
Yep, he's just on the left-hand side of the picture. He's on the wheel of Jan Tratnik right now.
Yeah, I'm just trying to reply to comments as well.
Well, at the front of the race, it is the Sharka Messina trying to put on the pace. In his wheel, it is Damiano Caruso, second place at the Giro d'Italia this year. Third wheel, Alberto Bettiol. And Nibali is done. They are rushing into this climb. And at the moment, it looks like Slovenia trying to disrupt this. It's Roglic who's up here with Jan Tratnik, who's making their way towards the front. It's one of the Hergård as well, trying to come up here for Norway and help Tobias Foss get Norway's first ever gold medal in the Olympic road race, I believe. But Italy, well, we could be hearing the Canto degli Italiani very soon, the Italian national anthem, as we see Andre Amador being dropped. Of course, he's eligible to ride for Russia as well. He has a Russian mother, but decides to ride for Costa Rica, of course, a country that is carbon neutral. But Tish Benoit moves to the fore right now. In his wheel, it is Wout van Aert. Wout van Aert, who took the stage win at Saint-Emilion, Malocène, and at the Paris-Champs-Élysées finish at the Tour de France. In his wheel, Alberto Bettiol from the Ronde van Vlaanderen 2020. He unzips his jersey. A rider from Florence. He's used to the hot heat in summer and the humidity, but will he be able to use that experience to good use right now? Behind him, it is Primoz Roglic, Dylan von Baarle, and Remco Evenepoel. Wout van Aert in a very, very comfortable position right now, but Mauri van Zevenant waits in the wheels. Belgium certainly going for Wout van Aert. We believe so. He's second wheel right now. Another Spanish rider drops. This looks like Jon Izagirre, who goes out the back, and also Lawson Craddock for the United States.
Yeah, this is where we're going to see a lot of fireworks on this climb, that's for sure. And yeah, Wout van Aert coming to the front. A lot of people said on our preview that they didn't think that Wout van Aert was going to survive. We've seen a lot of mountain climbers getting spat at the back. Speaking one of them there, Izagirre, and yeah, Wout van Aert definitely looking to become the first Belgian champion since last time, Greg van Avermaet. But yeah, it was that Theo Gegenhardt as well, number 20.
Yeah, Gegenhardt dropped, so the UK are running out of chances here. They've only got the Yateses still in this front group. They are here, we believe, but they've been keeping their heads out of it. Jakob Fuglsang as well is up here. He's looking decent. Lutsenko as well. Also, unofficial Russia have Sivakov in the wheels. Maximilian Schachmann as well for Germany to get the first German road race victory since 2000, when Jan Ullrich won in Sydney. This is number 43 on the back. That is Kasper Asgreen. So broken hearts for Denmark right now. He rode very well at the Volta Algarve, I believe, and also at the Tour of California in the past. Dan Martin as well, lurking in the wheels. He has that wiry figure on the bike, very distinctive. Alongside him, it is Bauke Mollema from Groningen in the north of the Netherlands. He's referred to in the Netherlands as de Tuinman, which means gardener. But will he be chopping down his opponents today? Maximilian Schachmann just shaking his head. That's how he always rides. Wobbling about. Ciccone and Nibali both dropped, of course. Teammates on the road for Trek Segafredo. For how much longer, though? That is the question. Nibali rumored to be going to Astana. But at the moment, Belgium controlling things, and it's Tish Benoot with Mauri von Zevenant in second wheel. Where is Remco Evenepoel?
Yeah, Jakob Fuglsang up there looking very strong, and we'll have to see if he can do anything. But yeah, riders being spat out the back, and yeah, as you just touched on there, Vincenzo Nibali. Unfortunately, it's not going to be Shock from Messina taking the goal today, but Tiespen just doing an absolutely savage effort here at the front, and he's got his Belgian teammates on his wheel. Tadej Pogacar is up here, Primoz Roglic, and that looked like Joao Almeida as well, just in the picture, suffering. He always looks like he's suffering, in my opinion. But yeah,
Nairo Quintana has been dropped. Tobias Johansson has been dropped. Tobias Foss has been dropped. Norway have lost all hope in this race. Brandon McNulty still up here. We can see a couple of Colombians still trying to hold on right now. Number 7 for Slovenia, that is Jan Polans, who crashed earlier. It wasn't Tadej Pogacar. I do apologize still. Eddie Dunbar out the back as well. The Makuni pass is taking its toll on these guys. Valverde as well, still out the back, and Valverde still struggling right now for Spain. But Tish Benoot here, second wheel, Mauri von Zevenand. Behind him, Wout van Aert. Also in the picture, Tadej Pogacar, Rigoberto Uran, Maximilian Schachmann. Can just see a rider from Portugal. It is Joao Almeida still in the picture. A rider from Australia as well. Must be Richie Porte still in the melee of the peloton, wearing the yellow. Japan lose Yuki. That's not Yuki Arashira, but it's okay. They lose one of their riders here. As Tish Benoot is done, it's down to Mauri von Zevenand. Pogacar looks so good though. Pogacar looks so comfortable after winning the Tour de France less than a week ago. This time last week, he was thinking about his time trial in Saint-Emilion to round out his Tour de France victory. But at the moment, he's just cruising here in Tokyo. He's fought through the jet lag and he's fighting for gold right now. Roglic in the wheels. This is number 52 out the back. That is the rider from Switzerland. It is Stefan Küng out the back. King Küng not banging on his chest today. We can just see Italy. They have Gianni Moscon towards the front with Alberto Bettiol. This is Kevin Geniet, who's just been dropped, as Mauri von Zevenant really pushing on. He's gritting his teeth. But currently, looking at ease is Wout van Aert and also Tadej Pogacar. We can see Ghana looking uncomfortable. Bettiol is right up here for Italy. If he turns on the afterburners, who's going to follow? Tom Dumoulin. The windmill is not turning anymore. He's out the back, and Tom Dumoulin, silver medal in the time trial at Rio 5 years ago. Netherlands have lost one of their leaders.
yeah, Moscon is still up here, and he looks very strong. The Italian team with Alberto Bettiol, a lot of people were doubting Wout van Aert, but he's looking very comfortable here. Wout van Aert, of course, climbing absolutely incredibly in the Tour de France, and well and truly putting his climbing form to use here. And yeah, the Colombian team losing out, and this peloton has absolutely shrunk after this effort by the Belgian team. And yeah, Ewan, there's a lot of teams who have lost out in such a short amount of time as well.
I can just see Adam Yates though. Richard Carapaz as well as nestled in here. I thought Jonathan Narvaez would be a good outside bet. He's got a very good kick on him to get a surprise medal. As we can just see Pavel Sivakov of unofficial Russia move up towards the front. Still the two British riders lurking in there for the Yateses. David Gaudu as well. He's on his own, riding next to Richard Carapaz. Number 3, Remco Evenepoel out the back. Remco Evenepoel is not going to contend the finale, and Remco is Rem gone in the Mikuni Pass right now for Belgium. They have Wout van Aert, Mauri van Savenant still up here. So Mauri van Savenant really taking it up to these guys. Pavel Sivakov moving his way towards the front. Brandon McNulty's riding well. And it's Pogacar time. Pogacar mouth breathing out in the saddle rather. Just distancing them right now. Tadej Pogacar turns on the afterburners. Slovenia's man goes off. Pavel Sivakov's going to try and react here. He's back to full form for unofficial Russia. Bridging the gap now, Michael Woods, Alberto Bettiol, and Brandon McNulty. But Tadej Pogacar's gone, and Pog is gone. Whew. Just 1 week after, we saw the Pog attacks all across the Tour de France. It's Pogacar in Japan, and is he going to be the king of Mount Fuji tonight?
Yeah, Pogacar trying to become the first ever rider to win the Olympic road race and the Tour de France in the same season. And yeah, Ewan, he just makes it look so effortless. Everyone else is struggling around him, and he just absolutely hits the afterburners completely. Sitting down, not even getting out of his seat there.
Well, it's his teammates, Brandon McNulty, who's coming to him right now. Michael Woods as well, but this feels early for Pogacar. But what a ride from McNulty! He came across effortlessly. He doesn't have any teammates anymore. Lawson Craddock dropped off, and McNulty must be in good form. When he rode at the Tour de France, he was strong. He's a good time trialist as well, but finally having his own opportunity. And Brandon McNulty on terms with his teammate Tadej Pogacar, and he'll think, "Oh wow, not you again." He spent the last 3 weeks riding around France with him as a teammate, but now it looks very, very good for Tadej Pogacar, Brandon McNulty, and this is Michael Woods as well. Rusty, as they call him, former runner, is up here towards the front in Canada. I know plenty of Canadians watch the stream, so they must be jumping with joy in all the provinces right now. From BC over to Nova Scotia, everyone must be very happy over there. Wout van Aert's having to do the work right now. Bettiol is in the wheel alongside Richard Carapaz as well. But this gap needs to be bridged by someone. Who's it going to be? Maybe it's going to be Wout van Aert. Wout van Aert, always second place. Can he finally get a gold medal?
Yeah, of course, Slovenia's never taken a medal of any sort in cycling. It's still a very young nation. But yeah, it looks like we've got about 5 seconds for these riders. And this is where we're thinking, is Brendan McNulty going to be loyal to Tadej Pogacar and just do the work here? And it looks like potentially that's what is happening here. But Mike Woods, third wheel right now, and Brendan McNulty just taking up his Tour de France duties potentially here.
Yeah, this is Tadej Pogacar here. Brandon McNulty second wheel. Third wheel, Michael Woods. They have a small gap here, 36 kilometers to go. And Pogacar is the leader of Slovenia right now. But Roglic just waits in the wheels. I think Roglic is in his group as far as we know. Bauke Mollema, David Gaudu as well, Alberto Bettiol, Maximilian Schachmann, Rigoberto Uran as well. It looks like one of the Yates, can't quite work out which one. Adam Yates rides with a lower saddle, I would say a lower body riding style, if you get what I mean. Also, a Danish rider up here as Roglic goes backwards. Roglic has gone. Roglic will not be contending the finale, and Tadej Pogacar is out on his own for Slovenia. Tadej Pogacar struggles, we believe. 19 seconds for Pogacar, McNulty, and Michael Woods. Well, is anybody going to bet against Pogacar right now?
Yeah, Wout van Aert is at the front here. So the lucky number 8 isn't lucky in Japan, unfortunately, for Primoz Roglic. And yeah, Wout van Aert is doing his best effort here. He's dropped his Tour de France team captain, and we're getting into the steep section here. Tadej Pogacar is just struggling. Even Tadej Pogacar is struggling, looks like he's struggling. And Wout van Aert coming up with Alberto Bettiol on his wheel, and Richard Carapaz as well up there. Adam Yates in here, Rigoberto Uran in here. And there's still a lot of strong riders. Jakob Fuglsang for any Danish fans, and Maximilian Schachmann, and the distinctive Bauke Mollema style is also very present.
Yep, Michal Kwiatkowski as well made the cut. It's one of the Yates brothers. Scott, do you know which one it is? Who's up here?
It's got to be Adam.
For Great Britain.
It's got to be Adam.
It looks like Adam Yates now, but McNulty.
Oh, there's
Pogacar,
a split. There's a split now.
And Woods now only have a small gap, 15 seconds for them over the group chasing, and Wout van Aert's doing a brilliant job. We saw Moscon being dropped, so Bettiol is the leader for Italy right now. This is such a difficult climb. It feels interminable. And in Japan, it could be an American who strikes out again. And Brandon McNulty is currently doing a fabulous job at the front of affairs right now. Pogacar in second wheel. And Woods up there as well. 15 seconds is the gap.
Yeah, we can just about...
Wout van Aert and Bettiol. It's Rigoberto Urán, Michal Kwiatkowski, Adam Yates, and Carapaz. Everything's coming back together. The Downmon has brought this one back. Jakob Fuglsang is riding brilliantly. Maximilian Schachmann as well, just trying to make it back up here as well. Van Aert digs again. Bettiol is the only person who can respond now. Bettiol. Oh, what a ride for Italy. What a ride for the Italian. And it looks like Alberto Bettiol is pulling a ride out of his shoes. He rode brilliantly at the Giro, climbing excellently with the best, and is currently the leader of Italy.
Yeah, of course, Tadej Pogacar and the rest of the riders are quite scared of Wout van Aert after what he did on Champs-Élysées, out-sprinting Mark Cavendish. I don't think anyone else in this group could do that. But Wout van Aert is definitely destroying this group, and there's 20 seconds now apparently between the three men in the front and Wout van Aert, so that'll be very happy news for any Slovenians. And we've got 35.9 kilometers still to go now.
Bettiol puts on the pace. Schachmann is struggling. Maximilian Schachmann is shaking his head. He normally does when he climbs, but this one looks like trouble. David Gaudu as well up here, trying to get another French top 10. Julian did it last time.
They're saying 10 seconds now.
Alberto Bettiol just really upping the pace to bridge over. 9 seconds is what they're saying on screen right now. Pogacar, McNulty, and Woods could be joined very soon by Wout van Aert, Alberto Bettiol, and the whole host of riders behind. Some strong sprinters in there, some strong engines.
Yeah, Schachmann looks like he's suffering at the back. Wilco Kelderman's definitely suffering as well. Jakob Fuglsang, they've just about bridged the gap that was caused by Wout van Aert. And yeah, of course, we still have the three riders out in front. And yeah, the gaps between these three riders out in front is a bit... Is it 10 seconds? Is it 20? The time gaps is jumping a bit back and forth. But yeah, we're getting very close to the top of this immense climb, to be honest.
Well, here we go. Alberto Bettiol, Wout van Aert, Jakob Fuglsang, David Gaudu, as well as Bauke Mollema and Maximilian Schachmann, Rigoberto Urán as well. All of those guys all up here in this second group on the road. 10 seconds behind Tadej Pogacar, Brandon McNulty, and Michael Woods. Pogacar doing a lot of the work up front. Of course, they're going to let him do the work. He is the Tour de France champion, one of the red-hot favourites to win this race. And Tadej Pogacar, oh, here we go, Michal Kwiatkowski for Poland. He's been here for the past week, and the Polish riders just upping the pace right now. It's not good news for David Gaudu or Jakob Fuglsang right now. And, Wout van Aert struggling. Wout van Aert's distanced. Bettiol responds, but Wout van Aert struggling. Michal Kwiatkowski brings Bettiol, Richard Carapaz to the front. And this is interesting. The other rider in company is Rigoberto Urán for Colombia. And here we go. Carapaz, Michal Kwiatkowski, Bettiol, and Urán. Kwiatkowski goes again, and Bettiol struggling. Bettiol just struggling right now. Carapaz looks fantastic for Ecuador. Woo, we haven't seen anything from Ecuador today, neither from him or Narvaez. But at the moment, Carapaz is trying to distance Bettiol with every ounce of energy he gets.
Yeah, absolutely formidable riding by the Ecuadorian rider. And yeah, many of these riders, of course, being let off the leash. And we've seen that with Michal Kwiatkowski. Of course, that super domestique for Ineos Grenadiers. But here he's, of course, riding for Poland and himself.
Yes, of course, riding for Poland. And it's certainly a good job for him. Michal Kwiatkowski Kwiatkowski, former world road race champion. They've bridged up. So this group now is McNulty, Pogacar, Woods, Carapaz, Kwiatkowski, Bettiol. That is your front group right now. I think Uran is dropped. So there you go. It's now a group of 6 up front. Interesting turn of events for these guys.
This could be the gold medal winning group, or by that fact, it should also be the rest of the medal winning group.
We'll have to wait and see. We still have one more climb before the finish, as we see a fan riding alongside the riders. Good to see that the fans are out here, even if they're not supposed to be. Of course, no spectators were allowed to be here at the side of the road and to spectate the Olympic Games. But here we go. This is still the rider from Slovenia. This is Tadej Pogacar here with Brandon McNulty riding ahead of him. Richard Carapaz as well up here alongside Michael Woods, Michał Kwiatkowski, and Alberto Bettiol. Uran is trying very hard to come back here, but can he do it for Colombia? That is the question.
Yeah, he's Colombia's last hope, as he was in the Tour de France. We've seen Sergio Guita fall by the sword. We've seen Nairo Quintana as well. And yeah, it doesn't look good for Colombian medal hopes right now.
No, Uran does have a good kick to him, though. So I'll give him that one, but we'll have to wait and see if he can follow through with that on the line. Uran has bridged up. David Gudouche is just struggling. Wout van Aert as well. Wout van Aert struggling on the Mikuni Pass. Belgium might not have glory today. It's going to go to one of the riders out in front. Which one will it be? Mollema is also in this group. Rusty Woods has a good kick on him. He lost the World Championships in Innsbruck. However, riding up here as well, it is Brandon McNulty, Pogacar, Bettiol. I am going to say this now. Bettiol attacks in the plateau or towards the finish. He is the strongest engine on the flat in this group alongside Pogacar, I'd say.
Yeah, but it's a very interesting group, like you said, and yeah, a lot of you commenting as well. Is Jakob Fuglsang there? Unfortunately, he isn't, so sorry to be the bearer of bad news for anyone. Primož Roglic have, of course, been dropped, and Wout van Aert is not significantly in this group either. So all you who said comments in the preview that we were wrong for considering Wout van Aert as a favourite, looks like you're right.
Pogacar's gone. Pogacar's gone again, and Pogacar has attacked. He brings forward an injection of pace. The gap was immediately marked by everybody in the group. So Carapaz, Bettiol, McNulty, Rusty Woods, Uran, Kwiatkowski, and then Pogacar at the front. Are they going to force Pogacar to do the work now as they go into the plateau? 1 kilometer left of this climb, and that'll be it of the Mikuni Pass for today.
Yeah, this is very interesting. This elite group that's forming at the pointy end of the race, and yeah, Ewan, do you think this is going to be Do you think this is going to be the selected move where we get the medals from, or could we potentially get the other groups catch them up?
I think this is it. I think this is the move. They'll try everything they can to not let Wout van Aert in, because if Wout van Aert comes back, none of them have a chance in a final sprint. Nevertheless, this is Michael Woods putting up the pace right now. The TV graphic is saying Maximilian Schachmann is up here, but I don't think Schachmann is here for Germany. And Wout van Aert's only about 10 seconds behind. Bettiol zips up his jersey again. And these guys really, they'll do anything to not let Wout van Aert back in. They cannot afford to let him in for the sprint for Belgium, to let Belgium get another gold medal. Just a fact for you, last time we were here, 1964 in Tokyo, it was an Italian who took the victory. A Belgian got bronze and a Dane got silver. At the moment, all three countries have a chance of getting medals right now. Jakob Fuglsang has bridged up to David Gaudu, and he's almost in that front group right now. So this group is going to swell out. David Gaudu, then Wout van Aert and Bauke Mollema could be on terms. It's only a couple seconds away right now, and it looks like Wout van Aert's back in the game.
Yeah, this is not going to be good news for anyone in that group. Of course, none of them have ever outsprinted Mark Cavendish on the Champs-Élysées, and that is, of course, something that Wout van Aert did, well, 6 days ago. So definitely going to be fresh in that department. But Jakob Fuglsang looks like he's going to benefit as well from that stagnation of pace from that front 7-man group, and yeah, it's all back together for these elite riders at the front.
Yeah, exactly that. It's Michael Woods in the moment at the front. Tadej Pogacar's in here, so is Wout van Aert, the two hot favourites for this race. What a race it's been for McNulty, though. Don't take anything away from him. He's had a fabulous race today. Mollema there just getting some more food in before the finale of this race. We still have the Kagasaka Pass to take on, which we went up earlier on. It's just a little kicker before the final descent to the line. But it's Kwiatkowski, Pogacar, Carapaz, Wout van Aert, Brendan McNulty, Bauke Mollema, David Gaudu, Michael Woods here, who looks like he's struggling a little bit for Canada. Did he go too early yet again? We'll have to find out. But Wout van Aert really in the driving seat right now. A French support staff rider just runs alongside David Gaudu to pass him a big bottle of water. And oh, there we go. He's bluffing. Rusty Woods goes. Michael Woods has an attack with 33k to go. It's probably not the best time to attack, but he's done it. Wout van Aert follows. Bettiol just wading in the wheels. He takes in a bottle. He's the threat now for this final climb because he's got quite the engine on him. Michal Kwiatkowski struggling at the back, but Michael Woods has just gone out here for Canada, trying to get an Olympic gold medal. He wants anything he can get from this Olympics. Canada don't usually take many golds in the cycling, but if he does that today, that could be quite the achievement for that nation. Off the back is Maximilian Schachmann and Adam Yates, who is still trying to bridge their way to the front.
Yeah, Jakob Fuglsang desperately trying to still remain in this group. But yeah, Mike Woods, what a move here from him. He has nothing to lose, really. He's not the favourite in the group, and yeah, just really throw it in the mix there, which is good to see. And Maximilian Schachmann and is it Adam or Simon Yates coming
Adam.
up the back? Yeah, it must be Adam.
It is Adam. It's Adam Yates. But at the moment, Michal Kwiatkowski is struggling to stay on terms as we go into this descent. Jakob Fuglsang's blown up. Oh no, sorry, that is not Jakob Fuglsang. That is one of the riders from Austria. Easy mistake to make. Their jerseys look very, very similar this year. It's Pat Conrad who's blown up there. He joins a couple of the other riders. João Almeida nowhere to be seen on this stage. Sadly, the Portuguese rider, as Rusty Woods gets a little bit of an advantage on the descent, maybe that's to help him with the confidence issues. He's not the best descender in the peloton, and in fact, he crashes quite a lot on descents. So we'll see how that one goes today.
Yeah, João Almeida, unfortunately for any Portuguese friends, is unfortunately hasn't made that selection either. So they are now on this small descent, and I'll update the map as well before we get to the next climb, the Kogasaka climb pass. Of course, they have been up it already today, and yeah, we'll have to see if that has any impact on the finale of the race. And it looks like many of the riders are just keeping their powder dry now. But one rider that isn't keeping his powder dry is Michael Woods with 31.7 kilometers to go.
Yep, exactly that. And Mike Woods decided to go out. I think that was a tactical blunder. I think it's Michael Woods at his finest. Not necessarily the best in terms of tactics. He came into the sport late. Doesn't come quite as naturally by instinct. But at the moment, he's off the front right now. Wout van Aert's chasing him down. If anything, this could be burning out Wout van Aert, but he's a fantastic rider who's good at one-day racing. I don't think riding on the front of a flat section for a couple kilometers is really going to affect him. But Michael Woods, yeah, off the front. At least he's showing his face.
Well, he will definitely be thinking he's doing more than just showing his face. But it doesn't seem like he's got too much of a gap here, unfortunately, for the I nearly said American, for the Canadian. We can just about see the chaser behind him, so it doesn't look like Mike Woods is gonna be getting the gold medal from this attack anyway. Maybe he can try again on the Kogasaka pass, that's for sure.
Yep, the last time was in 1984. It was Steve Bauer when we were in LA. Of course, 1984, controversial Olympics. Many countries boycotted it. But still, don't take anything away. That was the last time we had a home victory as well in the road race. Don't think that's going to happen today. Japan have no riders up here towards the front.
Yeah, it's definitely not going to happen.
It won't happen. unless Arashiro does something magical. Um, at the moment, we just see another attack. Which rider is this? Just moving towards the front. I just saw someone move around there. Couldn't quite work out who it is. Is that a rider? It is Tadej Pogacar, who just comes towards the front. Interesting there. The group just splitting up for a second. Some riders caught off guard. Um, Not Bettiol, of course, a former Ronde van Vlaanderen champion. He's always aware of these moves. And Maximilian Schachmann is in the group now. So he has appeared at the front again.
Yeah, according to a poll, over 1,000 you have voted in it. Thanks for that. And 33% of you are thinking that Slovenia are the favourites to win the gold medal. And of course, now they only have the sole rider in the front group, and that is, of course, Tadej Pogacar. There is no Primoz Roglic in this group. But Wout van Aert is in this group, and they're definitely going to make the three-time Tour de France stage winner of the 2021 edition work for it here. And he will, of course, do his best to defend that gold medal that Belgium won in Rio 5 years ago with Greg Van Avermaet. But Jakob Fuglsang is to the front, the silver medalist from Rio, Maximilian Schachmann, Bauke Mollema, Mikhail Kwiatkowski, and Rigoberto Urán has also made it into this group as well.
Yep, plenty of riders there.
Bauke Mollema.
Jumping the gun. Yeah, Bauke Mollema attacking Michal Kwiatkowski and McNulty there, aware of the danger. Sorry, I'm just going to take a very, very quick break for a second.
Okay, you've got me, no Ewan. But Bauke Mollema is just putting some pace on here. And they're all desperately trying to get away from Wout van Aert, of course. And at the back, it looks like we've got the Yates brothers in this group as well. And just managing to get back here, which is good to see for... It says Simon Yates here, but who knows, really? It's number 23, so I will know. But yeah, this group, they're desperately trying to get out of the clutches of Wout van Aert. You don't want to bring him to the finish. They've got that last climb to try and get rid of the Belgian superstar as well and make any last moves as well. But we were looking for 23. That is Adam Yates, so the graphic is wrong. They're saying it's Simon Yates, but it is in fact Adam Yates who's made it to the back of this group. And Brendan McNulty is one of the riders trying to get away at the front, and Tadej Pogacar is the lead rider trying to close the gap down to this newly formed trio quartet actually. There's 4 riders in there. I just missed out Bettiol, who just tried to get out and get away from this group. But yeah, all to play for really. And Pro Cycling Stats, they haven't really updated it with Adam Yates coming back. So we have a 13-14 man group and still all to play for really in this year's Olympic road race. And yeah, you guys are still backing Slovenia, and we are of course getting closer to that Kago Saga climb. It is 2.2 kilometers long and averages 4.7%, so it is nothing. But anyways, Jakob Fuglsang tries to go up the road now. Jakob Fuglsang, any Danish fans, me included, of course being from Denmark, the silver medalist from Rio is getting up the road now. Is this the perfect move? We see this sometimes in breakaway moves where you have to attack when everyone is looking at each other and no one's willing to claw back the move. No one's willing to do the chase because they're thinking about taking the win. Will I have enough in the tank when we claw the person back? But Jakob Fuglsang doesn't look like he's getting let go here, unfortunately. So yeah, I don't know. It looks like a 2-3 second gap. That, of course, isn't enough with 26.5 kilometers still to go. And yeah, we will get very close to the finish now. 26 kilometers from the finish. And we're very close to the Kago Saga climb. That's what I should have said. And then they've got this descent until we get into the final finish. And that should be very interesting. But Maximilian Schachmann is back, as some of you are fans of him, of course. But
just seeing some attacks now as well. Across. This is Michal Kwiatkowski and Tadej Pogacar trying to work their way across to Jakob Fuglsang out front. Everyone's reacting to this one very promptly. Haven't seen much of Bettiol in the past couple of kilometers. He's just been riding on. It is one of the Yates that's now back on as well. Number 79, Rusty Woods, trying to respond. Wout van Aert is quick to cross the gap. He has Maximilian Schachmann in the wheel. So Schachmann definitely still in the mix for this one. Jakob Fuglsang, though, riding a lot better than I thought after pulling out of the Tour de France, saying that he had a problem with his vaccine. So I don't really know what happened there. But so all of you Italians watching, there is still a chance of Alberto Bettiol getting a victory today. Caruso and Nibali have done a lot of work for him. So here is your front group. Wout van Aert, Tadej Pogacar, David Gaudu, Alberto Bettiol, Bauke Mollema, Brandon McNulty, Rigoberto Urán, Jakob Fuglsang, Maximilian Schachmann, Richard Carapaz, Michał Kwiatkowski, Michael Woods, and Adam Yates. It is Adam Yates, so Pro Cycling Stats has it incorrect. We were right. So there we go. McNulty, though, attacks off the front. McNulty has gone, and it looks like a rider's gone with him. Carapaz, I believe, has responded to that. But Bettiol still in this group for Italy. Seeing the Italian fans coming along now. David Gaudu as well for France. And this could be it. No one's chasing. No one's chasing the move. Carapaz and Brandon McNulty have gone up the road, and all of a sudden, no one's gone for it. No one's responding. No one's reacting. Michael Woods tries to attack right now. And what's happened here? What has happened? Everything's broken down. This could be the winning move of the Olympic Games.
Yeah, this is not good. Everyone's just looking at each other. There is this lull, and Jakob Fuglsang, why didn't you make it into this move? But yeah, of course, everyone looking at Wout van Aert, looking at Tadej Pogacar. They don't want to do the work for these big guns, and yeah, this might benefit the two riders running up the front, Brendan McNulty and Richard Carapaz. Richard Carapaz could be the first ever Ecuadorian to take a gold medal in the cycling road race. But yeah, Brendan McNulty, of course, first rider since LA for America to potentially take the gold. And this will definitely be interesting, to say the least. And Ewan, who would you back in a sprint between these two?
Both are decent sprinters, actually. Brandon McNulty got a top 10 in a sprint at Dauphiné. So I wouldn't put it past to both of them. But Ecuador, by the way, have only ever won 2 medals at the Olympic Games. 1 gold and 1 silver. The gold medal came from Jefferson Perez at the Atlanta Games in the 20-kilometer walk. And the other medal came from Jefferson Perez in the 20-kilometer walk at Beijing. So this will be huge for Ecuador if they can do this. Absolutely massive for the country, situated on the equator, funnily enough. But they have 24 seconds according to the official timings. As Maximilian Schachmann goes, Tadej Pogacar responds. Fuglsang, Bettiol, and David Gaudu now. No one wants a bronze medal. Everybody wants gold. And why are they throwing this one away now? Carapaz, surely he should have been a marked rider. How has this happened? I do not understand what's happened, but Maximilian Schachmann has attacked, and now the group is falling. It's not working together, and it's breaking apart. The Olympic Games, the script writes itself. It's ups and downs and unpredictable in nature. And right now, it's between the US and Ecuador for gold. Michał Kwiatkowski strikes out to try and respond. And can anybody try to get on terms with this guy? With the duo out front, while van Aert now responds, and boom, everyone's thrown into the action. With no radios and understanding of gaps on the road, everyone's a little bit confused about what's going on right now. But Carapaz and Brandon McNulty, first and second right now. Are they going to be battling it out for gold and silver medals? Richard Carapaz of Colombia, of Ecuador rather. What a moment this could be to get just their second gold medal in an Olympic Games. Brandon McNulty, the new American generation that we were talking about so much at the Tour de France, could be on for an Olympic medal if this gap can hold all the way to the line. And believe me, I think it's possible.
Yeah, we'll have to wait and see. But yeah, they're really pushing on here on this final climb, and absolutely amazing ride from both of these riders. And if they will have been given the gap here to escape up the road, but it looks like we have a counterattack from Rigoberto Urán, Wout van Aert, and Tadej Pogacar. They've distanced the rest of the riders in the group. Not quite. Jakob Fuglsang looks like he's closing that gap very swiftly.
Well, here we go. It's McNulty and Carapaz still 20 seconds or so over the Peloton group. And it looks like Rusty Woods is going to try and attack. And every time that there is an attack, it just gets shut down. But they have to get desperate to try and get any chance of Olympic gold right now. It's slipping between the fingertips of all these guys right now. All it takes is one big attack from Pogacar, Bettiol, and maybe this could be thrown on its head. But at the moment, it looks like Carapaz is in a very good position right now. Downmon, that is Balcom trying to bring back the rider out front now. The rider in the gap, which is Michael Woods. He's attacked. So this could be a very lively finale to the Olympic road race.
Yeah, absolutely be incredible here. And Ewan, do you think Italy have missed out here, played their cards incorrectly?
Bettiol should have marked it. Bettiol should have gone with it. Because he's not the number one marked rider in the group, and he would have been stronger than these two. Simple as. But hey ho, it's the Olympic Games. It's unpredictable. I wouldn't say Vinokurov rode the best in 2012, but he won the gold. Hey ho, it's the way the cookie crumbles.
Yeah.
And with 20 kilometers to go, 21 kilometers to go, Woods I think is still in the gap, or is he brought back? No, Woods is still in the gap.
Yeah, so we got the two riders out in front, Richard Carapaz and Brendan McNulty, of course, fresh off the Tour de France. And then, of course, we have Mike Woods, of course, fresh from the Tour de France as well in that gap. So our theory of these Tour de France riders being fatigued might not be true. And, well, most of them have been at the Tour. So they're all in the same boat, really. And many of them did leave Paris in the same evening, even. When they went to Champs-Élysées, and some even the next morning. But yeah, Wout van Aert is the rider who's forced to do the work now, and Tadej Pogacar at second wheel, and then the silver medalist from the last Olympics, Jakob Fuglsang, riding a third wheel, and then the top 10 finisher of the Tour de France, Rigoberto Urán, riding in fourth place right now, and Maximilian Schachmann is at the back of this 10-man group we have.
Exactly that, and this race is hotting up. 20.3 kilometers to go right now. It's still Richard Carapaz and Brandon McNulty up in front. 20.2k, 27 seconds behind. It is Michael Woods with that group behind. It looks like this is a lost cause for the Pogacar group. Carapaz and McNulty battling it out for gold. And when we were all talking about Pogacar and Van Aert, it's McNulty who's ridden phenomenally alongside Richard Carapaz, who's been under the radar for the whole day. Probably not the dream scenario at the Tour de France, but this is what happens with Carapaz. Give him an attack and he goes for it. Relentless rider. And he might be on the verge of getting Ecuador's second ever gold medal at an Olympic Games. Jefferson Perez is the first ever Ecuadorian gold medalist and the only medalist from that country, but soon they might be getting a new one, and it'll be Richard Carapaz from Carchi in Ecuador.
So anyways, the poll has changed a bit. It's no longer Slovenia in the lead, and I have to say it's very close right now. It's Netherlands. Well, none of the countries are in the poll, of course. Thank you, YouTube, for only giving 4 options. But your favorite right now is Belgium, with 28% of you saying Belgium. And of course, great to have over 2,000 people here with us. If you haven't already, make sure to subscribe to the channel and hit the like button, because we're a record number of likes right now ever on our streams. So thank you all for that. But anyways, Ewan, these two out in front, do you think it is enough for them to last all the way to the finish? We still have 18.9 kilometers to go. They have 33 seconds of a gap right now.
Yes, this is enough. This is the winning move, I believe, between Carapaz and Brandon McNulty, with a big enough gap now to make it to the finale. But which one will it be? We've seen this so much in Olympic Games where people have to battle out into a sprint in the finale. Greg van Avermaet had to win in a sprint. Vinokurov had to win in a sprint. Bettini had to win in a sprint, as did Samuel Sanchez. The last solo winner we had was 21 years ago. That was Jan Ullrich back in Sydney, Australia. But at the moment, this gap is 36 seconds. Jakob Fuglsang, Adam Yates, Bauke Mollema, Maximilian Schachmann, Alberto Bettiol, Tadej Pogacar, It's an all-star group, but they haven't made it back yet. Michael Woods is once again in this group, so his attack came to nothing, as we expected almost. But with 37K to go, what's it going to be for this group right now?
Yeah, this could have been should have, could have, would have for this group out in front, and yeah, they are in the downhill now. So I don't know why the chat is going crazy about India. Great to have you here from India, but yeah, focus on the race as well, of course. But yeah, 37 seconds is, well, 38 seconds now. It's increased a bit. 17.17 kilometers left for these two riders out in front. And are they just looking at each other? This is the trouble with a big group as well, who are all from different teams. Will they actually do anything? Um, well, will they work together? Because they're all thinking, I don't want to lose, I don't want to lose, I don't want to lose. But in reality, by doing that, they are losing the race anyway. And this is always that really peculiar moment in cycling, in breakaways, and can be very frustrating for us viewers as well that they're not working together. But anyways, Ewan, what's going on right now?
Well, at the moment, there is a 42-second gap as we are on the descent of the Kagasaka Pass, heading down to the Speedway. And at the moment, it looks like this front group has a substantial lead of 42 seconds with 15K to go. And McNulty and Carapaz going for glory. It'd be such a turn of events if McNulty got the gold, though. No one would have expected that one at all at the start of this Olympic Games. But there we go. The story really is so unprecedented. Just to fill you in on what's been happening today elsewhere in the Olympic Games, Ansan of South Korea has won gold in the archery. Elsewhere in the men's 10-meter air pistol, Javad Foroughi of Iran has taken gold. So Iran's first gold medal of the Games, the first gold for the Arab nations. As we just see a problem for Bettiol. No, no, no. Alberto Bettiol has a problem. Is he cramping up? Does he have a bike issue? Oh, I can't quite work it out. But Alberto Bettiol, heartbreak for Italy. Oh no. Oh no, no, no. Oh, such a sad moment there for Bettiol. Schachman's still here. Adam Yates as well. Michal Kwiatkowski, Wout van Aert, Tadej Pogacar. There's still a sprint for a bronze medal. Don't forget that. Pogacar, van Aert as well, trying to go for a bronze medal. In terms of age, Brandon McNulty will be very, very young. Must be one of the youngest medal winners in the cycling if this can go all the way, which we believe it will. 45 seconds right now, 14 kilometers to go. This looks like a done deal for Brandon McNulty. What a hand he's been dealt. He's only taken 2 professional victories in his career, both at the same race, the Tour of Sicily, the Giro di Sicilia back in 2019. What a race this could be for him if he takes the win today. Currently trying to get the US their first gold medal since 1984 when the games were held in LA. The US and Japan have a very tumultuous relationship, really strong allies now. But if McNulty can take the win, well, the US can get back to winning ways at the Olympic Games. Nevertheless, I think the story with Ecuador getting their second gold medal here could be incredible from Richard Carapaz. 13.4K to go. Ecuador versus USA for gold.
Yeah, of course, USA. Of course, many of our friends in the chat are from America, and you guys do incredibly well at the Olympics. So yeah, I'm sorry to offend you, but I really want Richard Carapaz to take this out of the two of them. Brendan McNulty is still a very young rider, of course, and yeah, he towers above Richard Carapaz, and yeah, I still don't understand why the India spam is going on in the chat, but nevertheless, great to have you here from India. But yeah, nevertheless, Brendan McNulty gets to the front, and Wout van Aert is trying to close this gap desperately. He's seeing his gold medal go up the road. Tadej Pogacar is in here, of course, as well. David Gaudu, Adam Yates, all these big riders, but determined not to work together, unfortunately.
Yep. In the group behind now, it's Colombia here with Uran. We have Balcom Mollema as well. Jakob Fuglsang and 43 seconds back. They're battling for bronze. And this is going to be very, very interesting to see who gets that. Wout van Aert, of course, the strongest sprinter in the group. But we'll wait and see because it's been a whole day of racing. McNulty and Carapaz, 12 kilometers to go right now. Are they off the descent yet? I believe they're just negotiating their way down the descent for these two up front from the United States and from Ecuador. It could be an incredible day for either of these riders, riding with a golden bike for the next 4 years, or 3 years rather. But Wout van Aert comes to the front, tries to limit the damage, and yet again, Wout van Aert is going to miss out on a big international medal.
Yeah, I mean, Richard Carapaz, if he wins this, or Brendan McNulty, both of these from two-man teams. So absolutely putting it to some of these five-man team. And yeah, absolutely extraordinary riding from them. What have we got left in terms of kilometers? We've got 12 kilometers left now. 12 kilometers is all that we've got.
Yep, and here we go. Wout van Aert's now desperate. Wout van Aert goes for it in the wheel. Maximilian Schachmann tries to go with. Anybody dropped? Yes, Jakob Fuglsang. And Dane goes backwards. It's not going to be another Olympic medal for him. But here we go. Now it's time for Wout van Aert. David Gaudu tries to mark the move. You can just see Uran trying to bring a bridge across now. Oh, Kwiatkowski's gone backwards. A surprise there for the Polish rider. The heat must be getting to him. He's been here all week. But here we go. Wout van Aert is pushing. David Gaudu wants bronze. Can he get it for France? Maximilian Schachmann up here, but Wout van Aert really bossing this one right now. Yates, Pogacar, Schachmann all in difficulty. David Gaudu looks good.
Yeah, they might have they left it too late? Some of these riders 38, 37 seconds. What went out? Where was this before when the move was happening? Oh, 35, 34. He's absolutely evaporating this gap, but it is a big gap. So yeah, it's absolutely incredible. Wilco Kelderman struggling at the back here. And yeah, but what we're not pushing on, and it looks like, is that David Gaudu who's the rider on his wheel? Ewan? I think we lost Ewan. 25 seconds is all that the leaders have now. It's shrunk down 20 seconds or so. And Wout van Aert, has he left it too late? Rigoberto Urán is helping him as well. Rusty Woods, Mike Woods is up here as well, trying to do something. Can they all bridge this gap that they let grow out to 20, 40? Was it 45 seconds we had it until they did a move? But 23 seconds now. It's getting very close now. 10.5 kilometers is all we've got left. And this is going to be nip and tuck right now. Nip and tuck whether we get the win from Richard Carapaz, from Brendan McNulty, or will it be Wout van Aert? Will he have enough if he bridges this four-man group, this quartet that's chasing now? And I'll just update the race situation we have on the road as well. It's a four-man group that, well, no, it's a more than a four-man group right now. Tadej Pogacar is bridging up as well. This is real hard racing. And unfortunately, look away any German fans. It looks like Maximilian Schachmann is struggling. But Richard Carapaz and Brendan McNulty are still driving it at the front. And can they do it for their respective nations? There is, of course, a medal in it for them. So if they... 16 seconds now. So Wout van Aert is really just ramping it up here. And why is he doing so? Maximilian Schachmann, of course, has a fast finish to him. So he is a dangerous man. Rigoberto Urán has taken a stage win before. And it looks like we actually are going to have Ewan back in visual form here as well. So great to have Ewan back on camera, courtesy of his internet providers who didn't do very well early on. But nevertheless, 15 seconds is all that separates Wout van Aert and the provisional gold and silver medalists.
Yeah, it's looking like we are going to see a battle between these guys, between Richard Carapaz and Brendan McNulty, but it might just be stalled right now, courtesy of this chase behind, orchestrated by Wout van Aert of Belgium. But this is a difficult one. It's been a very, very interesting race throughout this Olympic Road Race Championships, and at the moment, it looks like the hopes of this front group might be dashing thanks to Wout van Aert, who could still be in contention for a gold medal. 10 kilometers ago, we were saying it was a done deal for Ecuador and the United States, but it's not. Here we go. It's a concerted effort by every single rider in this group.
And this is Wout van Aert's to lose right now, maybe with 14K to go. Are we going to see Belgium win another gold medal? And if he does, then he's done it single-handedly almost.
Yeah, just someone mentioned Mathieu van der Poel. Yeah, you would definitely need an Amstel Gold 2019 power to drag all this back. So he has to do his best Mathieu van der Poel impression. Everyone's reluctant to come through. They all know if they're taking Wout van Aert to the finish, potentially it's going to be a second place for them at best.
Well, 14 seconds now between the front group and this Pogacar group. This really could come down to the wire, down to the line. We enter the Speedway, let's not forget, and there are some long sweeping bends on the Speedway, which means that it's going to be harder for them to be caught. But Brandon Minolti and Carapaz now really amping it up. Brandon Minolti, a fantastic time trialist, but we'll see what happens here in the final couple kilometers of the stage. They're currently going 10 kilometers an hour slower than the Wout van Aert group, according to the graphics on screen, but they are completely inaccurate, actually, because the speeds now just changed completely. 16 seconds. David Gaudu, Wout van Aert, Tadej Pogacar, Maximilian Schachmann, Michal Kwiatkowski, all in this group alongside the rider from the UK, that is Adam Yates. Well, this is a fantastic finale to this stage and to the Olympic Games road race for the men. And we still have a time to say, let's not forget, we will be broadcasting that one live in the morning again. Another early morning for us guys. But for the time being, it's Richard Carapaz, Brandon McNulty pushing on right now. And with 6.1k to go at 17 seconds, desperation for these guys. Ecuador have only ever had one gold medalist before, Jefferson Perez, in the marathon walk. But can they get another one in the cycling? Belgium and Germany are chasing them down. Wout van Aert, Maximilian Schachmann. Don't forget, Schachmann came third in Amstel Gold, won by Wout van Aert. Bauke Mollema's here, Lombardia champion, Tadej Pogacar. Also Rusty Woods. Carapaz has gone. Carapaz has attacked and says adios to Brandon McNulty. And can he get Ecuador just their second gold medal in the history of the Olympic Games? And Richard Carapaz has struck out for glory. And is this the fairy tale ending for what has been a tumultuous year for the Ecuadorian? And Richard Carapaz is on his own.
Absolutely phenomenal rider from the Ecuadorian, and of course there is no response from Brendan McNulty and Team USA, so any American friends, look away now. But Ecuador, viva Ecuador, vamos, vamos, vamos. Can Richie do it? Not Richie Port, Richard Carapaz. Of course, he's been an absolutely superstar since his win in 2000, Giro d'Italia win in 2019. And absolutely just gone from strength to strength. And this gold medal would absolutely just make him even bigger in stature, definitely in the cycling world and in Ecuador as well. And great to have Annie here from Denmark. And yeah, what a ride.
Just saying now, Michael Woods has attacked. David Gaudu goes with. David Gaudu wearing number 13. Unlucky for some, but currently the Frenchman looks to have good legs. He's trying to bridge up to Michael Woods and to bring this all back together. They have McNulty to hunt down up in front, but the Ecuadorian is still solo. And Richard Carapaz, with 5 kilometers to go, could be on the verge of getting Olympic gold. We'll have to wait and see. But David Gaudu, they're just riding off the front. Is Wout van Aert cooked? Because he doesn't have any reaction to this right now. But Wout van Aert is out of the picture right now. But it's David Gaudu and Michael Woods out in the chase for Richard Carapaz, who's up in front for Ecuador. This could be a glorious, glorious day for Ecuador and for Latin America to get the first Latin American medal of this Olympic Games. McNulty is still in the void with 5 kilometers to go. Can he salvage a medal out of this? It looks like Carapaz could be going for gold, but we'll have to wait and see right now because the Peloton are the favorites group is breathing down their neck. Brandon McNulty can just see them in the shadows, and they've all come back together. Wout van Aert still in company. So is Tadej Pogacar. So is Maximilian Schachmann. And what a moment this is. Fantastic finale to this Olympic road race.
Yeah, viva Ecuador. And we'll see if this can be the second ever gold medalist. And what a phenomenal result that would be for that very small nation in South America. Of course, one of the new up-and-coming powerhouses of cycling, and Richard Carapaz is definitely spearheading that. They have Jonathan Narvaez in the race as well, and this two-man group, absolutely amazing. But Brendan McNulty is being dragged back here, unfortunately. So it's not going to be a medal, unfortunately, for the American rider. And Woods is the rider leading that hunt. Can he get the first ever Canadian medal since Steve Bauer at that LA Olympics? And we'll have to see. But Wout van Aert and Tadej Pogacar, two of the favorites, are struggling here. They're absolutely struggling. They can't keep the wheel. And yeah, we're coming into the finish. 4.3 kilometers is all that separates Richard Carapaz from Olympic success. And yeah, absolutely amazing.
Yep, and it looks like Carapaz just swinging round. 3.8k to go. He's on the circuit, and this makes the lead all the more easy. Maximilian Schachmann is dropped, and it looks like Bauke Mollema, desperate for a medal, is going to try and chase now for the Netherlands. Second wheel is Wout van Aert. Tadej Pogacar just opening up the gap right now, but Richard Carapaz still has 33 seconds out in front. Carapaz for Ecuador, trying to get a victory for them. A historic gold medal this could be. Kwiatkowski not in the group anymore for Poland, I don't think. Someone just asking there. McNulty's hanging on at the back. In terms of France, David Gaudu is still up here. Canada have Michael Woods here to try to get their first medal of the Olympic Games. But Richard Carapaz, 33 seconds on his fantastic Pinarello dogma with the Ecuadorian flag in it right now. This could be the moment that all of Ecuador have been waiting for. Ever since their independence, they've waited for gold medals at the Olympic Games, and it might just be happening from Richard Carapaz again. Last time was in 1996 in Atlanta, but 25 years later, we might be seeing another Ecuadorian legend take a gold medal at the Olympic Games. The greatest sports show on earth could be seeing one of the greatest moments in Ecuadorian sporting history if he can do this. 35 seconds, Pogacar, Wout van Aert, all of these guys in this group, they're watching the victory go between their fingertips. Looks unbelievably strong right now. 2.4k to go. 30 seconds is his lead.
This has absolutely been phenomenal riding from the Ecuadorian. Rides for Ineos Grenadiers, of course, finished third in the Tour de France. First ever Ecuadorian to finish on the podium of a Tour de France. And now he's going to be the first ever Ecuadorian to win a gold medal at the road race, any cycling gold medal. And yeah, what a feat this would be. And he's, yeah, Richard Carapaz for president almost in Ecuador. But he's riding that beautiful dogma, and this is going to be mission complete. Absolutely amazing. And if you haven't already, make sure to hit the like button. We're already on our record highest number. And of course, great to have so many of you here around the world. And make sure to let us know where you're watching from. And don't let us know 50 times in a row. But yeah, the battle for silver is going to be a nervous one.
Yeah, 1.5k to go. Everyone's now looking at each other. They know it's done. They know the gold medal has been won. And with 1.4k to go, Richard Carapaz is almost getting up to the line right now. And Ecuador, this is for pride. This is for everything that the country has and been through. It's only a small country, but it has 17 million people. One gold medal to their name until now. And Richard Carapaz is going to be adding to that very, very soon. And it's a bit of a surprise. We thought Ecuador's lineup was interesting with him and Narvaez, but I don't think anybody was brave enough to say Carapaz would take gold. But he's done it right now with 1.1 kilometers to go and 46 seconds. It doesn't look like anybody's going to come close to Richard Carapaz.
Yeah, absolutely incredible this. And yeah, Ewan, when was the last time they took a gold medal?
Well, the last time Ecuador took a medal, 1996 Atlanta, in the marathon walk from Jefferson Perez. But now they're only a couple hundred meters away from another victory today. The locomotive of Carchi, it is Richard Carapaz of Ecuador, who's on the verge of getting the biggest victory of his career. He's been on the podium at all three Grand Tours, but only 500 meters separates him from glory right now. He's from the mountains of Ecuador. He found a bike in his father's shed. He wanted to eat spinach to look like Popeye. And now he's going to get a historic victory for Ecuador. They don't always taste success on the big occasions in sports, but now it's going to happen again. He's won the Giro d'Italia. He's come second at the Vuelta, third place at the Tour de France this year. It's been a hard career for him. He's had to fight for every single inch of road he's had. And at the moment, Japan is going to become a very special place for Ecuadorian fans worldwide. This is their moment. El Orgullo de Ecuador. It is Richard Carapaz who's about to take the biggest Ecuadorian victory in the history of cycling. It's going to be gold in Tokyo for Richard Carapaz in Ecuador. When you thought the man from Kachi couldn't get any better, he smacks his bars, he writes history, and no one writes it better than Richard Carapaz. Arms are wide, it's gold.
What a win for Richard Carapaz. Absolutely incredible. Phenomenal ambassador for the sport in Ecuador, and well and truly deserved here. What an attack, what a finish, and Ecuador, mission success. Absolutely incredible. And yeah, anyways, Ewan, what's going to be interesting now is the battle for silver.
Well, the battle for silver is going to be difficult. While Fanart currently leading it out, of course. Tadej Pogacar rocking and rolling. He wants a silver medal. He doesn't usually get silver. He usually gets gold in races. But he might just have to take this as a collation prize. Maximilian Schachmann out the back. We can see David Gaudu as well, just trying to get any medal he can get. Bauke Mollema's not a bad sprinter as well. Yates launches. Brandon Minolta's going to try and come round as well. Wout van Aert and Tadej Pogacar. This one's going to be close right now. Wout van Aert of Belgium is still leading this one out. Wout van Aert pushing here, and it looks like Wout van Aert's going to be challenged by Pogacar in the end. It's between Wout van Aert and Pogacar. Wout van Aert and Pogacar. Oh, it's close in the end. I can't tell you for certain who it is. It's either Pogacar or Wout van Aert. It's on the bike throw. But Richard Carapaz has taken gold. He's written history. And Ecuador get their second gold medal in the history of the Olympic Games. Jefferson Perez and Richard Carapaz. His name means face peace. And I tell you now, he's offering peace to every single person on the road right now. And everybody is begging him for forgiveness after what has been an absolutely phenomenal stage for him. Victory for the man they call Billy. And Richie Carapaz is in a very special Hall of Fame as an Olympic champion.
Yeah, absolutely incredible. First gold medal, as you said, since 1996 for Ecuador. And from such a small team, it's just incredible. 2 riders is all that they had. And a lot of these riders are going to be frustrated that they didn't do more. But what a win. Podium at the Tour de France, and now here. Yeah, absolutely. Mission success, you would say. He came, he saw, he conquered.
It's good to see him catch up with all the other riders, Wout van Aert, Tadej Pogacar, and so forth. Wout van Aert doesn't seem too upset about his podium place. He will take a medal in the end, but Richard Carapaz there taking gold. What a win for him. David Gaudu as well in top 10, Michael Woods as well. But Carapaz, I'm sure this will be a very emotional one for him. It was emotional for him winning the Giro. He went back to Ecuador as a superstar overnight. And now he's going to be an even bigger name in that country. And what a win. What a win. He's not going to be sleeping tonight, is he? And that's not just because of the jet lag.
Yeah, unfortunately for Jakob Fuglsang, like many of the other riders, it's should have, would have, could have. And yeah, unfortunately, no medal for Jakob Fuglsang. He was targeting this. And Richard Carapaz just getting congratulations here, also from Rigoberto Urán. And Wout van Aert, what an effort from this man. He, of course, did a lot of the pulling. And, yeah, couldn't quite do it in the end. But everyone was looking at him. And who knows if he got bronze or silver as well. We'll have to wait and see. Tadej Pogacar, of course, did a sterling effort there at the finish. But, yeah, great to have so many of you here. We're just getting the minor places coming up here as well. Of course, in Olympics, it doesn't really count for much. It is the medals that count. Does anyone care about a top 10? Who knows, really? But, yeah, we're seeing here Alberto Bettiol just winning the sprint here for the minor places. And we'll have to wait and see. Well, it looks like Attila Valter actually took it. Or João Almeida, I think. I keep confusing the Hungarian and the Portuguese kit. But yeah, of course, great to have so many of you here. If you haven't already, make sure to like the channel, like the stream. And yeah, we won't go away until we have the results, of course, and we get a confirmation of the top 10. We'll have to wait and see what happens. Of course, we know the winner. And what are we saying? Lisa's saying Pog second, third, Wout van Aert. And yeah, okay. So it seems like that is our podium. Great to have you here as well, Asriel as well. And yeah, like Dr. Merlot said, remember to vaccinate. But yeah, what a win for Richard Carapaz. Absolutely historic win for Ecuador. Second ever medal and first one since LA. And his form after the Tour de France as well was absolutely incredible. You still with us, Ewan?
Yeah, I'm still
Okay.
with you. In fact, since 1996 in Atlanta, rather, that Jefferson Perez got the road walking gold medal. He got another medal in Beijing for the same event. But now in Tokyo, it is gold for Richard Carapaz. Second place. What a sprint from Tadej Pogacar. Good work from him. It looks like fourth goes to either Mollema or Mike Woods. Oh no, Wout van Aert gets silver. Wout van Aert has silver. Pogacar for bronze.
Okay, so Wout van Aert at least gets another international silver. Remember, of course, yeah, Pogacar actually, yeah, Wout van Aert opened his sprint very early on there. It was very close between the two.
He had to open it up early because everyone was following him. Nevertheless, frustration for Italy. They lost their hopes with Bettiol having a problem. But the fact that he won that final sprint shows that he definitely had the legs to contend it. Lutsenko as well, a disappointment for him. Spain nowhere to be seen. Neither France were up there. UK were up there in the end as well. But I think Italy are going to be frustrated with that because they rode it very, very well up until that point.
Yeah, it's going to be a lot of frustrated nations, and well, Tadej Pogacar in his first ever Olympics takes a bronze medal. I don't think he's going to be too upset about that. Wout van Aert, the two race favorites before we came to the Olympics, so yeah, frustrations for them, but a very well. Yeah, Ewan, if we didn't have a certain Ecuadorian up the road, that would have been exactly the two fighting it out for the gold medal. So not too far off, at least.
Yeah, not too far off at all. But Richard Carapaz there. I wouldn't say that there were many tactical blunders. It was just Carapaz's attack, and McNulty went, and all of a sudden everyone looked around because it wasn't Pog or Van Aert, I think. So people were like, huh, what's happening here? And then the attack went, and the attack stuck until the very, very end. Pavel Sivakov coming across the line now. I'm surprised he didn't do as well as expected. He's just having a catch up with Michael Scher of Age des Citroën as they cross the line. Hermann Pernsteiner as well, you can tell, because he's quite small in stature. Certainly not small in status, however. Richard Carapaz, though, wins the gold medal ahead of Wout van Aert and Tadej Pogacar.
Yeah, we're just waiting for the top 10, and then, of course, well, reminder that we're doing the mountain bike event as well. Yes, you heard correctly. Mountain bike on Monday, simply because we got Mathieu van der Poel there and Tom Pidcock. And then, of course, on Wednesday, we got the time trial where many of these riders will, of course, be hoping for gold there. Of course, one of them that wasn't here, that is potentially the favorite, is, oh my goodness, that was really close. I'll get you the side angle as well. The bike throw between Wout van Aert and Tadej Pogacar. Closer than his win over Mark Cavendish. But of course, he did a lot more work here. And thanks very much for that for NG1 TV. Yeah, I think that's correct. Hope you're having a good day in the tour in the Tour of California. No, that's not a thing. In California. And thank you everyone for tuning in as well. We're just waiting for the top 10 confirmation here. And yeah, then we'll let everyone get on with your day, your morning, your evening. And of course, it's been a very long day for us being in Europe. And we're just seeing the Remco Evenepoel group very far back here. So they really knocked off the gas when they were dropped, over 10 minutes nearly behind. And what are we saying here? Richard Carapaz. Yeah, okay, here we go. Someone's got the top 10 here. Why hasn't Pro Cycling Stats put it out yet? Maybe they put it as, oh, here we go. Yep, here we go. I'll just share it with everyone. And yeah, Ewan, what do you think of this top 10? Brendan McNulty, unfortunately. Yeah, well, Ewan, do you want to take us through the top 10?
Yep. So Richard Carapaz is the Olympic champion. He adds that to his palmarès of Giro d'Italia victory, second place at the Vuelta a España, third place at the Tour de France. Now he gets that big one-day win we were all waiting for. While Fanart gets second place, third place for Tadej Pogacar, fourth for Bauke Mollema, fifth for Michael Woods, sixth for Brandon McNulty, seventh for David Gaudu, eighth for Rigoberto Urán, ninth for Adam Yates, and 10th for Maximilian Schachmann. So that is the standings right now. And it looks like we are going to see the Ecuadorian national anthem on that final podium. I have no idea what it sounds like, but I'm willing to learn.
So apparently it's Vera's birthday on the mountain bike race. So we'll, of course, remember to say happy birthday there. And yeah, of course, we've got the time trial coming up as well. The preview should be out at some point. But yeah, we've got the mountain bike preview coming up after this stream. So make sure to tune in for that. And if you haven't already, make sure to, hit the like button on the stream. We're already a record amount, and we're still seeing the remnants of the Peloton come in here as well. It looks like Vincenzo Nibali is coming up to the finish here. So the shot from Messina and Thies Benoot as well, who did a very ferocious effort on the climbs to really shrink out the group. And it looked like Belgium were really in the hot seat there, but it didn't quite pan out how they were expecting.
Yep, not quite the race that Slovenia and Belgium would have hoped for, but they still get medals, so that's still an achievement for them. And something to celebrate for them. It'll be both of those countries' first medals of the Olympics. Slovenia, I don't know if they have many hopes elsewhere. This was their sort of star moment. But Tadej Pogacar there, Tour de France champion, I think that probably speaks larger volumes than the Olympic gold, but still a fantastic achievement for Richard Carapaz.
Yeah, and well, they all go. Well, most of them go again on Wednesday. Unfortunately, Richard Carapaz isn't the best time trial rider, so he isn't going to be the first ever rider to do the double gold. But yeah, like a phenomenal season from Richard Carapaz. And where would you rate his gold medal in terms of his career victories? Of course, he's taken the Tour de Suisse win. He's finished third in the Tour de France, as you mentioned, second last year in the Vuelta a España, and in 2019 took that win in the Giro d'Italia.
I think this is up there. I think in terms of our cycling fans, we obviously prefer the Giro, but I think in terms of what it'll do for his career, it means an awful lot to him because it's an Olympic medal. There's nothing really quite like it. And to the masses, then it's a big win because people, strangers on the street, are going to recognize the Olympics. They're not going to recognize the Giro. But fabulous performance for Richard Carapaz, and this will be an absolutely brilliant celebration for him.
Looking at this race, who do you think really disappointed, especially when we're looking at the top 10, the amount of work we saw the Italians do, and we just see Richard Carapaz hogging Narvaez there, the two only Ecuadorians in the race. And who do you think really are going to come away disappointed with this? We spoke about Slovenia and Belgium. Apparently, Belgium's target was a medal in both the time trial and the road race, so they can't be too unhappy with the silver. They'll be frustrated, but they at least leave with something.
Well, I think Belgium now realize Remco probably won't win gold on Wednesday. Remco dropped off early before Mauri von Stevenant and so forth. So I think Remco is not going to get a medal on the time trial, but we'll have to wait and see. At the moment, it looks like Italy will be frustrated, but Italy, of course, did all the work and cramped up and had mechanical problems with Bettiol in the finale. So frustration for them.
Yeah, of course, it's frustrating for any Danes as well. Jakob Fuglsang didn't quite live up to our expectations. And you're as a Brit, you are a Brit. I know you deny it sometimes, but do you think the British team did anything really of note? They got Adam Yates in ninth place, but should they have played it differently?
No, because they had no riders. Theo Guggenhardt and Crash Magnet Geraint Thomas just, I think that really screwed up their race and subsequently forced them into obscurity to some extent.
Yeah, so there's a lot of events coming up. Time trial event on Wednesday, of course, the mountain biking on Monday, and well, that's actually it. And then, of course, the track events as well. And we have a special surprise for you in terms of who I'm going to be doing the preview for there as well. And yeah, Ewan, any final thoughts on the race and what's coming up as well
No,
with the time trial?
It was definitely a good Olympic Games road race, and I'm glad Carapaz won. Just to have a big rider in it. Would have been a bit weird if we had a smaller rider who probably isn't worthy of an Olympic medal.
Brendan McNulty. Sorry.
No, not necessarily, but it would have been bizarre if McNulty had won it. But yeah, fabulous race for him, and I'm so happy for Ecuador because they don't usually get this kind of success. But yeah, in terms of the time trial, we're going to be covering that on Wednesday. I'm Team Pipo Ghana for that one, so we'll find out what happens there.
Yeah, so basically, thanks every single one of you. If you haven't already, make sure to hit the like button and yeah, subscribe as well if you haven't already to not miss a video on the channel. And of course, thank you for watching. Good day, good morning, good afternoon, wherever you are in the world. And of course, we will see you all again on Monday. And look out for our mountain bike preview that's coming up very shortly on the channel as well. So yeah, have a good day, and yeah, enjoy Ecuadorian coffee, as someone suggested. I think it was Anne, to celebrate the victory of Richard Carapaz, second ever gold medalist for Ecuador, and they've had a very long wait since 1996.